It was just past midnight when Nathan found himself alone on the stretch of road that cut through the thick forests of northern Michigan. He had been driving for hours, delivering a shipment for his job as a long-haul trucker, and fatigue was gnawing at the edges of his awareness. The rain had started an hour ago, steady and cold, tapping against the windshield and creating the kind of blurred reflections that make the lines on the road almost impossible to see. He squinted, gripping the steering wheel tighter, telling himself that he just needed to make it to the next rest stop. The highway was practically deserted, a ribbon of asphalt disappearing into darkness on either side, lined with towering pines and the occasional broken-down sign pointing toward a town that seemed decades away. Nathan had driven this route dozens of times before, but tonight, the familiar turns and curves felt strange, as if the road itself had shifted, as if the forest had closed in around him. A chill ran down his spine, even though the heater was blasting warm air into the cab. As he rounded a bend near an old abandoned rest area, he saw it, a figure standing by the side of the road. At first, he thought it might be a hitchhiker, though no one ever hitchhiked this late in this weather. The figure was tall, wearing a dark hoodie pulled low over their face, arms hanging limply at their sides. Nathan slowed, instinctively checking his mirrors, but the figure didn't move or react, just stood there, perfectly still. His gut told him to keep driving, but some part of him, a mixture of curiosity and unease, made him glance again. The figure raised one hand slowly, beckoning. Nathan's heart started to pound. He told himself it was just someone in trouble, but every instinct screamed at him to ignore it. He pressed the accelerator and drove past, his eyes flicking to the rearview mirror. The figure didn't follow, didn't even move. But as he continued down the road, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching, something that existed just beyond the limits of the headlights. A few miles later, the radio, which had been playing static for most of the drive, crackled to life. Nathan jerked his head toward it. There was no station, no music, just a faint, distorted voice. At first, he couldn't make out the words, but then it became clear, almost chillingly precise. "Turn around." He laughed nervously, shaking his head. "Yeah, right," he muttered. He adjusted the radio, tried to find a station, but only static returned. His hands trembled slightly on the wheel. He told himself it was just the storm, the long hours, the fatigue, just a trick of the radio waves. But the feeling didn't leave him. Every time he glanced into the forest, the shadows seemed to twitch, like something was moving just beyond the edge of the road. He tried to shake it off, focusing on the white lines and the sound of the wipers slapping against the glass. But then he saw another figure. This one was closer, standing near the guardrail where the road dipped into a shallow ravine. Nathan's breath caught in his throat. It was a man, or at least human-shaped, but his stance was unnatural, stiff, like a mannequin posed too carefully. The hoodie was soaked, plastered to his body, and as Nathan drove past, he noticed that the man's face was completely featureless, smooth, and pale in the dim light. Nathan slammed on the brakes, the tires squealing on the wet asphalt, but when he looked in the rearview mirror, the figure was gone. His pulse raced as he gripped the wheel, trying to convince himself it had been fatigue, a trick of the shadows, a reflection of the rain. But his stomach knew better. Something was out there. Something had been following him. The next rest stop was supposed to be just 5 miles ahead, but the road seemed to stretch endlessly. Every time he thought he could see the lights, they would flicker out of view, replaced by more forest, more darkness. The storm had intensified, the rain now drumming on the cab roof like hammers. Visibility dropped to near zero. Nathan's knuckles were white as he navigated the bends, every shadow in the periphery sending a spike of fear through him. And then the truck stalled. Nathan cursed, slamming his hands on the dashboard. The engine sputtered once, twice, and then died completely. The headlights dimmed, then went out entirely. He was in pitch black with only the sound of the rain and the relentless wind. Panic gripped him, icy and suffocating. He tried the ignition again, but the engine only groaned weakly. It was then he heard it, a low, deliberate tapping coming from outside the cab. At first, he thought it was just the rain hitting the metal of the truck, but the rhythm was wrong, too measured, too intentional. Nathan's breath caught in his throat. The tapping grew louder, moving around the truck, circling him. He could hear footsteps, heavy and slow, crunching against the gravel shoulder. Nathan fumbled for his phone, only to find no signal. He was completely alone, with no way to call for help, in the middle of a storm-soaked forest road. The tapping stopped abruptly, replaced by silence so complete it pressed against his ears. Then a whisper, so close it felt like it was right against his window. Out! Nathan jumped, his heart hammering. He looked around, trying to see through the rain-soaked darkness, but there was nothing. Every instinct screamed at him to get out of the truck, but the voice, it sounded human, almost pleading, almost taunting. He sat frozen, the minutes stretching like hours. Suddenly, the cab door handle rattled violently. Nathan yelped and yanked the door closed, fumbling with the locks. The rattling stopped, replaced by a low, guttural breathing just outside the window. He pressed his forehead against the steering wheel, trying to calm himself, trying to convince himself that someone, anyone, must be playing a prank. But the fear was too real, too heavy. He remembered the emergency brake and the idea of rolling down the hill to the rest stop. If he could just get the truck moving, maybe he could escape. With trembling hands, he released the brake, managing to creep the truck forward. Slowly, cautiously, he inched down the road. The tapping resumed, now coming from both sides of the cab, fast and urgent, like a drumbeat in his skull. Nathan glanced into the side mirror and froze. Standing on the edge of the forest, just beyond the tree line, were dozens of figures, all in dark, soaked clothing, all faceless, all moving in unnatural, jerking motions. They didn't run, they didn't scream, they just watched, perfectly still, waiting for him to slip. The truck picked up speed as he drove, rain blurring the mirrors, and the figures began to disappear, melting back into the forest. Nathan didn't slow down, not even when the road curved sharply or when his tires skidded on puddles. Every instinct told him to survive, and yet he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being guided, herded down this road, deeper into the darkness. Hours, or what felt like hours later, Nathan finally saw the lights of the town. He slammed on the brakes in front of a small diner, skidding onto the wet pavement. Inside, the few patrons looked at him with mild curiosity, the warmth of the neon lights hitting his drenched skin like a small salvation. He parked the truck and sat, trying to catch his breath. The feeling of being watched lingered, gnawing at him. Nathan didn't order anything. He just sat, listening to the rain outside, every shadow in the diner making him jump. Eventually, the storm began to ease, the rain slowing to a drizzle. Nathan's phone finally got a signal. He called the dispatcher, explaining that he couldn't continue until daylight, that something on the road had forced him to stop. The dispatcher's voice was calm, professional, but there was a pause, a subtle hesitation that made Nathan's stomach twist. Yeah, that stretch of highway. People say strange things happen there at night. You're lucky to have made it to town, the dispatcher said. Nathan didn't know what to say. The words matched everything he had felt, the fear, the tapping, the faceless figures in the forest. He sat in the diner for hours, waiting for daylight, afraid to look out the window, afraid to think about what might still be out there. When he finally returned to the highway, the next morning, the road seemed normal. Empty, quiet, nothing but the wet asphalt stretching ahead. The forest seemed less threatening in the sunlight, the shadows retreating. But Nathan couldn't shake the feeling that the storm had opened a door, that something had been watching him, following him, and would wait for the next night to find him again. He never took that route again after that night. But every time he drove through rural roads, even in daylight, he remembered the faceless figures, the tapping, the whisper of that voice in the storm. Out! Even years later, when he tells the story, long after the forest and the rain and the highway are just memories, Nathan can feel it. A presence just beyond the edge of his vision, waiting, patient, relentless. And he knows, deep down, that some things on this earth do not forgive, do not forget, and do not need an invitation to follow you home. Story the end. It began on a night that felt heavier than usual, the kind of night where the air seems almost to press against your skin and the wind carries a low, unsettling moan. I had recently moved into a small rental house on the outskirts of a quiet town in upstate New York, a place that had the charm of old brick and woodwork but the emptiness of abandoned streets. I had taken the job in the area with the hope of starting fresh, away from the constant noise and chaos of New York City. I didn't know anyone in town and expected solitude, but solitude can become suffocating when it's complete and unbroken. The first night in the house passed without incident, aside from the usual settling noises, the groans of wooden beams and the creak of the floorboards. I unpacked, made a simple dinner, and went to bed early, hoping to acclimate to the quiet. But around 2:30 a.m., I was woken by a faint, scratching sound coming from the living room. It was soft at first, like fingernails against wood, and I thought maybe it was just a branch brushing against the exterior wall. I lay in bed, trying to convince myself it was nothing, and eventually drifted back to sleep. The second night, I heard it again, but this time it was accompanied by a low, thumping, rhythmic, deliberate. My stomach knotted as I realized the sound was coming from inside the house. I grabbed my phone and sat upright in bed, straining to listen. The noises stopped the moment I flicked on the bedside lamp, as though whatever was making them was sensitive to light. I forced myself to laugh, attributing it to nerves and the unfamiliarity of the house. Still, sleep did not come easily, and I found myself lying in bed, listening to the silence, waiting for the noises to resume. By the third night, the occurrences escalated. Around 2:45 a.m., I heard heavy footsteps in the hallway outside my bedroom. Slow, measured steps that stopped and started, paced as if someone or something was walking back and forth. I tried to dismiss it, telling myself it could be the house settling or some animal outside, but the sound was too precise, too controlled. My bedroom door was closed, yet I could feel the vibration of each step through the floorboards. Then came the whispers. Soft, almost imperceptible, unintelligible at first. I strained to listen, and my blood ran cold when I realized the whispers were repeating my name. I started sleeping with my phone on record, hoping to capture evidence or perhaps convince myself it was my imagination. On the fourth night, I played back the recordings. The whispers were there, unmistakable, calling my full name over and over, interspersed with low, guttural growls. I couldn't make out words beyond my name, but the tone made my skin crawl. Every hair on my body stood on end. I knew, deep down, that whatever was in the house was not human. The scratching and tapping began to intensify. It wasn't random. It seemed to follow me, moving from room to room. Doors that I had locked would be found slightly ajar. Items would shift, sometimes moved just a few inches, as if something had been handling them carefully. I tried to confront it logically. I asked neighbors if they'd experienced anything similar. The few who responded were hesitant, speaking of the house's age and history, mentioning former tenants who left abruptly, claiming the place was haunted or unsettling. They wouldn't elaborate further. One night, I awoke to the unmistakable sound of breathing, slow and deliberate, coming from the corner of my bedroom. My eyes were fixed on the darkness, trying to make out a shape. And then I saw it, a shadow, darker than the night itself, standing motionless just beyond the edge of the bed. I froze. The shape didn't move, but I could feel it watching me, studying me. My heart raced, and I felt paralyzed. I didn't dare scream. After what felt like an eternity, the shadow dissipated, fading into the walls and leaving the room empty again, yet charged with an oppressive presence that lingered long after it vanished. After that night, I could no longer sleep alone. I stayed awake, lights on, moving through the house to check each room, convinced the shadow would return. And it did. Every night, at exactly the same time, I heard the footsteps, the whispers, the dragging of something heavy across the floorboards. The presence was patient, deliberate, almost ritualistic. I began recording continuously, but the recordings were disturbing. The sounds were clearer in the files than they had been to my ears. Whispers speaking in a language I couldn't understand, footsteps pacing back and forth, and occasionally a faint muffled cry like that of a child. Weeks passed, and the torment escalated. I started noticing other phenomena, fleeting glimpses of figures in mirrors, doors that would slam without cause, objects moving while I watched. My sense of time warped, nights blended into days, and I lost track of how long I had been living in this constant state of fear. Sleep became impossible. When I did sleep, the dreams were vivid and terrifying, mirroring the house and its movements. I dreamt of the shadow stalking me through the hallways, whispering my name and dragging invisible objects across the floor. I would wake up drenched in sweat, terrified to open my eyes. One particularly harrowing night, the activity reached a peak. Around 2:30 a.m., the air in the house grew inexplicably cold, the temperature dropping sharply. My breath condensed in front of me, and I could see a faint mist curling around the floorboards. The whispers began, louder now, insistent, calling my name over and over. I was rooted to the bed, unable to move. The shadow appeared again, taller and more defined, its presence heavy and suffocating. I could feel it pressing down on me, my chest tight with a fear so intense it felt physical. The shadow began moving closer, and I could see features now, or the suggestion of features. Hollow eyes, a mouth opening slightly as if to speak, but no sound came. I scrambled to reach my phone, intending to call for help, but the screen wouldn't respond. The shadow loomed over me, and I could hear the whispering change, shifting into guttural, hissing syllables that made my skin crawl. I don't remember exactly what happened after that. The next memory is of waking up outside the house at dawn, disoriented, with my belongings scattered across the lawn. The front door was locked, windows intact, and the house looked normal, almost welcoming in the morning light. But I knew the truth. I had left under duress, and something had been inside with me. I packed up immediately and moved back to the city, trying to leave the horrors behind. But the presence followed me, not physically, but in the sense of being watched, of being called. The dreams persisted, and the whispers occasionally returned at night, distant but unmistakable. Friends began noticing changes in my demeanor. I was jumpy, withdrawn, always on edge. The sensation of being observed never left me. Every quiet moment, every dark corner carried a weight I could not shake. Months later, I discovered the history of the house. Previous tenants had left abruptly, some without explanation, some after reporting similar experiences of shadows, whispers, and strange occurrences. There were newspaper clippings about a family that had once lived there, claiming their youngest child was taken by an unseen force. Local folklore spoke of the house being cursed, a place where the veil between the living and something else was thin. I tried to rationalize it, stress, isolation, maybe my imagination, but the recordings I had taken told a different story. Even without watching them, I could hear my name, whispered in voices that no human could have produced, echoing from some space I couldn't comprehend. Even now I live elsewhere, but the events of that house haunt me. The shadows that once waited in the corners of the rooms have followed me into my dreams and my waking moments. The whispers are quieter now, but they exist, a constant reminder that some things are not bound by walls, by distance, by reality as we know it. Every night I check my doors, my windows, my surroundings, waiting for the familiar scrape of nails on wood, the slow pacing steps, the whispers of my name. The fear is always there, a low hum beneath my consciousness, reminding me that it didn't end. It never ends. Whatever it is, whatever waits in the dark, it is patient and it is aware. I've tried to talk to people about it, to explain the experiences, but they look at me like I've lost my mind. Yet I know the truth. I've felt it, seen it, heard it. I have lived it. And every night, when the world is quiet and the shadows grow long, I know that it is still out there, still waiting, still calling. There is no safe place, no escape. It is not bound by doors or walls, by geography or distance. It exists wherever it chooses, and it has chosen me. Even now, writing this, I hear it. Soft, almost imperceptible, whispering my name from the edges of the room, and I know that the ordinary world I once believed in is gone forever. It is patient. It is relentless. And it is waiting. Always waiting in the dark, just beyond the corner of my vision, ready to remind me that some things cannot be escaped. Story the end. It started on a Friday night, the kind that's deceptively calm, with a sky heavy with clouds that pressed down over the small town of Asheville, North Carolina. I was living alone in an apartment that had once been part of an old boarding house, a relic from the early 1900s with creaky floors and narrow hallways. I had moved there after my last roommate had decided to take a job in another city, leaving me with a cheap rent and more space than I knew what to do with. I liked the solitude at first, but there was something about that building, something that made the quiet feel wrong, like the silence was thicker than it had any right to be. I was finishing up some paperwork on my laptop in the living room when I first noticed the smell. It was faint at first, a hint of smoke, but not from anything burning in my apartment. I checked the stove, the oven, the heater, all cold. The smell lingered, and when I went to the window, peering out at the empty street below, I realized the street lights flickered like they were struggling to stay on, casting shadows that danced unnaturally along the brick walls across the way. I shook it off as the wind or maybe a passing car and returned to my work. By midnight, the wind had picked up, rattling the windows and making the loose floorboards creak. I kept hearing it then, soft, deliberate footsteps above me. My apartment was on the first floor. The floor above had been empty for months. At first, I told myself it was the building settling, old pipes, maybe even my imagination. But the steps continued, slow and measured, pacing back and forth. I grabbed a flashlight and crept up the narrow staircase, each step groaning under my weight. The hallway above was empty, silent except for the persistent scratching noise that now accompanied the footsteps, as if something, or someone, was dragging their nails across the floor. I checked every door, the bathroom, the storage closets, even the small attic hatch. Nothing. Just darkness and the faint smell of smoke lingering in the corners. When I went back down, I found that my living room had changed. Papers I had left on the coffee table were now scattered across the floor. My laptop, which I had shut carefully, was open again, the screen flickering with static for a moment before returning to the desktop. I hadn't touched it. My heart was pounding, a tight ache in my chest, but I tried to rationalize it, maybe a power surge, maybe the wind from the open window, but nothing explained the footsteps. Over the next week, things escalated. I started hearing voices, whispering at first, unintelligible, but always from the corners of rooms where I wasn't standing. Sometimes the whispers would say my name. Sometimes they argued in low, guttural tones, as if two entities were fighting over something. I stopped opening the attic hatch, stopped going near the stairs at night. I would sit in the living room, lights on, listening, waiting for whatever it was to show itself. One night, I woke up to the sound of someone shaking my bedroom door. I froze, listening as the handle rattled, slow and deliberate. I called out, but my voice caught in my throat. The rattling stopped for a moment, then started again, louder, more insistent. I grabbed my phone, ready to call 911, only to find there was no signal. Not weak, not dropping, completely dead. I tried the landline. Nothing. I hid under my blanket, trembling, until dawn, listening to the faint scraping and whispering that never ceased. When morning finally came, I gathered my courage and ventured out of my room. Nothing was there, but on my wall, scratched into the peeling wallpaper, were words I did not recognize at first. Come out. They were jagged, uneven, and the smell of smoke lingered around them. I left the apartment that day. I needed air, needed to see other people. I went to the local diner, hoping to distract myself, but even there, the feeling of being watched didn't leave me. I told the waitress about the apartment, and she hesitated, glancing around nervously before leaning in. People don't stay there long, she said. Something follows them. In fact, we've had a few folks move in. All of them leave after a week or two. No one knows why, really. Just don't go back. I thought about staying elsewhere, but I had already signed the lease. I returned home that evening, trying to convince myself it was nothing supernatural, just the building's age and my imagination running wild. But the moment I opened the door, the smell hit me again. Stronger, acrid like burnt hair, and the whispers resumed. They were clearer now, forming words that made my blood run cold. We're here. I bolted up the stairs to the second floor, ignoring every instinct screaming at me to run. The attic hatch rattled violently, as if something inside was trying to escape. I grabbed a hammer from the closet and pried it open, shining my flashlight inside. The beam cut through the darkness, but there was nothing. Just cobwebs and dust, and the faint outline of an old trunk in the corner. I opened it slowly, my hands shaking, and found old, yellowed papers, diaries belonging to someone named Eleanor, dated back to the 1920s. Her handwriting was frantic, almost illegible in places. She wrote of a presence in the house, something that watched, whispered, and sometimes touched. She mentioned people disappearing, rooms shifting, and shadows that moved with a mind of their own. One passage made me pause, her words like a scream trapped in ink. They follow you, even when you leave. They wait. They never let go. As I read, I felt it, a presence behind me, colder than the night air, heavier than the weight of the building itself. I spun around, flashlight sweeping the room. Nothing. And then the whisper, right behind my ear, clear as day, you can't leave. I dropped the diary and ran, practically falling down the stairs, slamming the front door behind me. I didn't stop until I reached my car, fumbling with the keys. When I finally drove away, I could see the shadows in the windows of the apartment, flickering, shifting. The smoke smell clung to the edges of my vision. I stayed with friends that night, and the nightmares began. Every time I closed my eyes, I was back in the apartment. The shadows looming, the whispers growing louder, chanting my name over and over. I woke up screaming, drenched in sweat, feeling the pressure of invisible hands on my shoulders. I broke the lease a week later. I moved across town into a modern apartment building with security cameras and motion sensors. But it didn't matter. The dreams followed me, always the same. The whispers, the shadows, the feeling of being watched. Sometimes I would wake up to find objects in my new apartment moved, not drastically, just enough to make me question my sanity. The smell of smoke would linger in the corners of rooms. Months later, I went online and researched the boarding house. It had been built in 1912 and had a long history of mysterious disappearances. People had reported hearing voices, seeing shadows, or feeling touched by invisible hands. Some claimed the building had a mind of its own, shifting rooms, trapping tenants in ways that couldn't be explained. A local historian wrote that the house was built on land that had once been the site of a small private asylum, and some believed the spirits of the patients lingered, angry and trapped. I thought about that old trunk in the attic, Eleanor's diaries, the frantic warnings. I began to notice the subtle signs in my own apartment. Doors slightly ajar, the faint smell of smoke, shadows moving at the edge of my vision. And at night, the whispers always return, more persistent, more urgent. I've learned to live with it, to avoid looking at corners too long, to leave lights on and never sit alone in the dark. Sometimes, when I'm alone, I hear footsteps pacing above me, soft and deliberate, though I live in a modern building. I've tried therapy, rational explanations, medication. Nothing helps. The presence is always there, patient, waiting. I've read countless stories online of people who experience similar things. An old house, a restless spirit, a presence that wouldn't let go. But reading doesn't prepare you for it. Doesn't explain the cold fingers brushing against your neck as you sleep, or the faint whisper of your name in the hallways at night. A year has passed since I left that apartment. I still dream of the boarding house. I still see Eleanor's eyes staring at me from the shadows. I still wake up with that acrid smoke smell in my nose. And sometimes just before dawn, when the world is quiet and the wind presses against my window, I hear it. You can't leave. I've accepted that. I can run, I can move, I can try to escape. But whatever was in that house, whatever has been following me, it doesn't need walls to contain it. It's patient, it's relentless, and one day I know it will find me completely. Story the end. It started innocuously enough on a late autumn evening in upstate New York. I had recently moved to a small town near the foothills of the Catskill Mountains, seeking a quieter life after years of the relentless pace in New York City. I rented a modest house at the edge of town, an old two-story wooden structure with peeling paint and a sagging porch. The kind of place that looked picturesque in the daylight, but the kind of place where shadows felt heavier and corners seemed to hold secrets when the sun set. I was aware of the town's reputation for its old ghost stories, but I was practical. I had seen enough horror films and read enough folklore to know most of it was nonsense. The first few nights were uneventful. The house creaked in the wind, and the floors groaned under the weight of their own age. But on the third night, as the wind blew hard against the trees and leaves rattled against the windows, I woke up around 2:45 a.m. to a faint scratching sound coming from the living room. At first, I assumed it was a branch scraping the siding, or perhaps a stray animal seeking shelter. But the scratching continued, slow and deliberate, almost rhythmic. I listened for several minutes, straining to make sense of it, and when I finally forced myself to get out of bed, the noise stopped. The next morning, I found nothing unusual. The windows were closed and intact, the doors locked, and there was no sign of entry. I tried to rationalize it. Old houses make strange noises, I told myself, but the unease lingered. By the fourth night, the noises had escalated. I heard heavy footsteps pacing the hallway outside my bedroom door, slow, measured, deliberate. At first, I thought maybe someone had broken in, but there was no sign of forced entry, and my cell phone lying on the nightstand was still in place. The footsteps would start at exactly 2:50 a.m., pace for several minutes, and stop as suddenly as they began. Following the footsteps, there was a whisper. Low, guttural, unintelligible at first, but gradually forming words that made my blood run cold. My own name, repeated over and over. I tried recording the sounds on my phone that night, and when I played it back the next day, I could hear whispers clearer than I remembered, repeating my full name and fragments of sentences like, "You shouldn't be here," and "It's waiting." I realized then that this was no random sound. Something was deliberately targeting me. The following nights brought new terrors. Doors would be found slightly ajar despite being locked. Furniture shifted in subtle but unmistakable ways, and fleeting shadows appeared at the edge of my vision. At first, I thought it was paranoia, but the sensations were too precise, too coordinated to be imagined. One night, I woke to see a figure standing at the foot of my bed, tall, gaunt, and faceless, with black voids where eyes should have been. My instincts screamed at me to run, but my body froze in terror. The figure lingered for a moment, then dissipated into the darkness as if it had never existed. I began to sleep in fits and starts, often waking drenched in sweat, my heart hammering. Each night, the activities became more pronounced. The whispers were accompanied by scratching, scraping, and muffled crying, soft, childlike sobs that seemed to echo from the corners of the house. My phone recorded them all, but listening in daylight was a different experience than hearing them at night. The night amplified everything, made every whisper sharper, every movement more sinister. Weeks passed, and the pattern continued. I tried to ignore it, tried to rationalize it, but nothing worked. The house felt alive, aware of my presence, patient and deliberate. I spoke to neighbors, but the older residents only shrugged and muttered about the house being cursed or odd. I learned that previous tenants had left abruptly, sometimes claiming that they had been haunted or tormented by the place. There were even rumors of a family that had once lived there. Their youngest child reportedly disappeared mysteriously, and the parents had moved away, never to be seen again. I tried to dismiss these stories, but they gnawed at me, especially as my experiences grew more disturbing. One night, I awoke to the sound of heavy breathing right beside my bed. I dared not move, barely daring to breathe myself. And then I saw it. A shadow in the corner, darker than the room, shifting, forming into something tall and indistinct, staring at me with a presence so oppressive it pressed against my chest. I could feel its awareness of me, its patience, its intent. I reached for my phone to call for help, but the screen would not respond. The whispers became louder, forming hissing syllables that no human tongue could produce. After that night, I could no longer stay in the house. I left in a rush, my possessions half packed, and stayed with a friend in town. But the experience followed me. Even in my friend's home, I would hear faint whispers in the dead of night, shadows at the edges of my vision. Sleep was impossible, as dreams invaded with the same figures, the same whispering voices, the same cold, suffocating presence. I began researching the house in desperation. I discovered that every tenant over the past 50 years had reported similar experiences. Whispers at night, footsteps, shadows, objects moving without explanation. Some had left after only a few weeks, unable to endure the psychological torment. Historical records revealed that the property had once belonged to a reclusive man, known for dark practices and a fascination with the occult. Neighbors whispered about strange rituals performed on the land, and some believed the house was a conduit for something not of this world. Returning to the recordings I had made, I noticed subtle patterns I hadn't picked up on before. The whispers followed a rhythm, a sequence, almost like a ritual being enacted nightly. I could hear my name, yes, but also the names of other people who had lived in the house before me, their voices trapped in the recordings, still whispering, still calling, still part of whatever presence haunted the house. I realized then that the house didn't just exist in isolation. It consumed the memories and fears of those who stayed within it, and I had become part of its pattern. Months later, I attempted to resume a normal life, renting a small apartment in a city far away. But the experiences never truly left me. Shadows would linger just out of view, whispers would occasionally echo when the room was quiet, and the feeling of being watched persisted, constant and unrelenting. I began to understand that the house, or whatever resided there, was not bound by geography. Its influence followed, patient and deliberate, feeding on fear and memory. Friends noticed my unease, my jumpiness, the way I flinched at small sounds, the way I would check corners obsessively. I tried to explain, but no one could comprehend the depth of the experience. I realized that some horrors were beyond explanation, beyond the rational, existing in a realm just outside perception, waiting to be acknowledged. I had lived it, and I knew its persistence. Even now, in the quiet moments, I hear the faintest whisper of my name. I catch shadows moving in peripheral vision. I feel the gaze, patient, deliberate, unrelenting. I know that the ordinary world is a thin veil over something else, something waiting, and that night will always hold the power to bring it forth. It does not need my permission. It exists, patiently, waiting for the moment when fear is strongest and vigilance weakest. Some nights I lie awake, counting seconds, listening to the stillness, knowing that in that stillness it waits, always waiting. There is no distance, no escape, no end. Once it chooses, once it marks you, it never lets go. Shadows and whispers are not confined to old houses or small towns. They are patient, pervasive, eternal, and I know, with a certainty that chills me, that it has not forgotten me. Story the end. It began on an unusually cool October night in a small rural town in Vermont. The kind of town where everyone knows everyone, where the streets are lined with century-old maples and the smell of wood smoke drifts through the air from chimneys that have been burning all day. I had been driving up from Boston to stay at my uncle's old farmhouse while he was away on business. The farmhouse had been in the family for generations, a two-story structure built in the late 1800s, isolated at the end of a long dirt road surrounded by dense woods. It was quiet in a way that was almost unnatural, a heavy silence that seemed to press down on you the moment you stepped onto the property. I arrived just before dusk. The sun was sinking behind the tree line, turning the sky into bruised shades of purple and orange. The house looked exactly like I remembered from childhood visits. Paint peeling, windows slightly warped, the front porch sagging under years of neglect. I set my bags down, trying to shake off the unease I felt. My uncle had warned me about the isolation. The woods here can feel alive at night, he had said. Be careful wandering too far. I had laughed, thinking it was just his rural humor. The first few hours were quiet, almost blissfully so. I unpacked, made a simple dinner, and sat on the porch, staring out at the edge of the forest. The wind whispered through the trees, and somewhere deep in the distance, an owl called. It was peaceful. Too peaceful. There's a difference between serene solitude and the kind of quiet that feels like the air itself is holding its breath, waiting. By around 11 p.m., the silence started to feel oppressive. I went to bed early, trying to convince myself that I was just tired from the drive. But around 2 a.m., I woke to a sound that made my stomach drop. A soft, deliberate tapping, like someone knocking on the walls from the inside. I froze, straining to listen. It stopped. Then a floorboard creaked somewhere above me, slow and heavy, followed by another. The sound moved from room to room, pacing, deliberate, methodical. I lived alone, and the house had only one floor I slept on. Whoever or whatever was making those sounds had to be inside. I told myself it was a raccoon, or maybe a branch brushing against the siding. I tried to sleep again, but every time I closed my eyes, I imagined someone standing in the doorway, watching. The next day, I tried to convince myself I had been imagining it. The morning was clear, the sun warming the farmhouse and driving away the shadows. I explored the property, checking the perimeter of the house, the old barn, and the overgrown garden. Everything was normal, or at least appeared normal. No signs of forced entry, no footprints besides my own. Yet, a nagging feeling told me something wasn't right. That night, I made sure all the doors were locked. I even used the heavy chain my uncle had hung across the front door years ago. I slept with a baseball bat by my side, half expecting something to happen, and it did. Around 1:30 a.m., I woke again to that same tapping, this time coming from the window beside my bed. I sat up, heart pounding, eyes straining through the dark. There was nothing visible outside, but the sound persisted, as if someone or something was tapping lightly on the glass, moving from side to side. I got up, approaching slowly. The window was locked, cold to the touch. No wind, no rain, Nothing. The tapping stopped when I put my hand on the glass. Then came another sound, a soft scraping, like claws against wood, coming from the attic above me. The attic hatch was closed, but I could feel the vibrations in the floorboards beneath me. I spent the rest of the night in the living room, lights on, doors locked, praying for morning. By dawn, I was exhausted, shaking, and my nerves were frayed. Over the next few days, the incidents escalated. Objects would move from one room to another. My keys, which I always left on the kitchen counter, ended up in the middle of the living room floor. My phone would go missing only to appear on my bed, despite being in my pocket the night before. And always, the scratching, tapping, and creaking persisted, sometimes accompanied by whispers I could barely make out. Words like leave and don't look repeated, faint and elusive, echoing in the hallways. One evening, I decided to confront it. I grabbed a flashlight and went up to the attic, determined to see if I could find the source of the sounds. The hatch was heavy, but I pried it open and climbed the narrow stairs. Dust motes floated in the beam of my flashlight, and cobwebs brushed against my face. The attic was empty, except for some old furniture covered in sheets, boxes of forgotten belongings, and a trunk in the far corner. I approached the trunk cautiously. The scraping noise was louder now, coming from behind the walls, I swear, as if the house itself was alive. I opened the trunk slowly. Inside were old diaries and letters, yellowed with age, belonging to a woman named Margaret, who had lived in the house in the 1930s. Her handwriting was frantic and uneven, detailing strange occurrences similar to what I was experiencing. Footsteps at night, voices whispering in empty rooms, objects moving on their own. One entry chilled me to the bone. They watch from the corners. They follow when you leave the room. You can't escape. The house has eyes. The walls remember. I slammed the trunk shut, my hands trembling. At that moment, the attic door creaked behind me. I turned, flashlight trembling in my grip, but there was nothing. The scratching, however, had grown louder, moving now across the rafters, circling me. I ran down the stairs, slamming the hatch behind me and locking it with whatever strength I had. That night, I didn't sleep at all. Every creak, every whisper, every subtle movement felt amplified. The wind outside seemed to carry voices now, as if the forest surrounding the house had joined in, adding to the cacophony. I started documenting everything, keeping a journal of times, sounds, and incidents. It helped me feel in control, if only slightly. One entry from that week reads, "Objects moved again. The whispers are louder. I'm seeing shadows move across walls that can't possibly be cast by anything. I think the house is alive. I think it's watching me." A week later, I woke to find that the front door had been unlocked, even though I had secured it before going to bed. The smell of smoke was stronger now, acrid and metallic, as if something had been burning nearby. I heard at first a soft, deliberate knock on the wall next to my bed, then another, then a slow scraping sound moving along the floorboards toward me. My heart raced. I grabbed the baseball bat and got out of bed. The living room was empty. The hallways were empty. But the attic hatch was shaking violently, as if something inside was struggling to get out. I tried to calm myself, but the rational part of my brain was losing its grip. I climbed the stairs again, flashlight in hand, every instinct screaming to run. As I reached the attic, I noticed something impossible. The dust and cobwebs were disturbed, as if someone or something had moved through the space recently. The trunk was open, and the diaries were scattered across the floor. I swear I heard breathing, low and deliberate, right behind me. I spun around. Nothing. And then I saw it. A shadow, long and dark, stretching across the rafters, moving without a source. I froze, heart hammering in my chest. The shadow shifted, coalescing into a shape that vaguely resembled a human figure. It reached toward me with long, twisted limbs. I screamed and bolted down the stairs, not stopping until I reached my car. I drove into town that morning, leaving all my belongings behind. I didn't tell anyone much, not even my uncle. I stayed in a motel for a few nights, trying to convince myself it was stress, exhaustion, my imagination. But the dreams followed me. Every night I would dream of the house, the shadowy figure in the attic, the scratching moving along the walls, the smell of smoke filling my lungs. I could feel it watching me, always at the edge of my vision, always whispering. I tried to return to my apartment weeks later to collect my things, but when I drove back down the dirt road, the house looked different. The windows seemed darker, the porch sagging more, the forest closer, almost suffocating. I parked at a distance, watching, and for a fleeting moment, I saw a figure in one of the upstairs windows, staring directly at me. It didn't move. It didn't blink. And then it was gone. I left. I never went back. The dreams didn't stop, though, and sometimes when the wind presses against my windows just right, I hear it again. The soft scraping, the deliberate tapping, the whispers calling my name. It doesn't matter where I go or how far. It follows. Always watching. I read later that others had lived in the farmhouse over the decades, but most left abruptly. There were reports of disappearances, strange noises, and objects moving on their own. Locals whispered that the house was cursed, that it had a way of trapping the soul of anyone who stayed too long. I wanted to believe it was just rumor, just superstition. But deep down, I knew better. I've moved again, this time to a modern apartment in a city with no old houses, no surrounding woods, no oppressive quiet. But still, sometimes I wake in the middle of the night to the sound of tapping. I check the windows, they're all locked. I check the doors, all secure. And then, just for a moment, I see a shadow flicker at the edge of the room, stretching impossibly tall and dark. I hear the whisper, soft and insistent, "You can't leave." I've tried therapy, medication, distraction. Nothing works. The presence is patient, deliberate, relentless. I know it's only a matter of time before it finds me completely, and when it does, I fear there will be no escape. I've learned to live in the knowledge that some places, some buildings carry memories and entities that don't let go. The farmhouse in Vermont is one of them. And even miles away, even in the brightest daylight, even surrounded by people, I feel it, waiting, watching, knowing. Story. The end. It was the kind of night that made the air feel thicker, heavier, like something unseen was pressing against the walls and the very floor beneath you. I had moved to a small, rural town in upstate Pennsylvania a few months prior, looking to escape the chaos of Philadelphia. The job at the local newspaper had seemed perfect. Steady, quiet, and isolated enough to write without interruption. The house I rented was old, a two-story colonial built in the 1930s with faded white paint, a sagging porch, and creaking floors that groaned under even the lightest step. I liked it at first. It had character, and the rent was low. But I didn't know then that character could hide something malevolent. The first week passed without incident. The creaking floorboards and occasional groan of the house seemed normal, just the house settling into the cold autumn nights. The first unusual thing I noticed was on a Tuesday evening, around 2:45 a.m., I had just gotten up to grab a glass of water when I heard it, a soft scratching at the front door. It was deliberate, slow, almost rhythmic. My first thought was that it was a branch scraping against the wood, or maybe an animal seeking shelter. I ignored it and went back to bed. The sound stopped. I didn't think much of it, chalking it up to imagination or the wind. The next night, the scratching returned, but this time it was joined by soft thumping footsteps that echoed in the hallway outside my bedroom. I froze in bed, heart pounding, listening as the steps paced back and forth, deliberate, almost measured. I told myself it had to be a neighbor or a raccoon, something rational, but the sound of those footsteps on my hardwood floors, so close to my bedroom, was unmistakable. I lay awake for hours, straining to hear if the pattern would repeat. It did, every night, always starting around 2:45 a.m., never earlier, never later. By the third night, I was terrified. The sounds escalated, scratching, thumping, and whispers. Low, guttural whispers that I couldn't understand at first. My name, though, I recognized immediately when I played back the recordings I had started making on my phone. They were clear, my full name, repeated over and over in a voice that wasn't human. It wasn't like anything I had ever heard. Low, coarse, almost like someone scraping their throat while speaking. I began sleeping lightly, jumping at the smallest sound. I tried reasoning it away. Isolation, fatigue, stress, but logic couldn't explain the movement of objects, the shadows that flickered just beyond my vision, the cold spots that seemed to follow me as I walked through the house. One night, I woke to see a figure standing at the foot of my bed. It was tall, thin, almost skeletal, featureless except for hollow, dark voids where eyes should have been. I froze, staring at it, too terrified to move or scream. After several long minutes, it dissolved into the shadows, leaving an oppressive heaviness that lingered long after it vanished. I considered moving immediately, but I couldn't. The job was new, and the lease made it financially difficult, so I stayed, hoping the occurrences would fade. They did not. In fact, they worsened. Doors I had locked were found ajar. Items shifted slightly but noticeably, as if someone had handled them carefully. The whispers became more distinct, phrases I could almost make out. You cannot leave. It watches. Your fear feeds it. The sounds were always amplified at night, growing louder, sharper, more deliberate, as though the house itself were alive, aware of my presence. Weeks passed and my sleep became nearly non-existent. I stayed awake most nights, trying to listen, record, or even understand what was happening. The shadows I saw in my peripheral vision became more defined, moving independently of light or objects. I began to notice fleeting reflections in mirrors, glimpses of figures behind me, only to vanish when I turned. I felt eyes on me constantly, even in the daylight, the sense of being observed never leaving. I spoke to a few neighbors eventually. An elderly couple, 2 houses down, spoke reluctantly about the history of my home. Previous tenants had left suddenly, some claiming they had been tormented by the house. The last family had reportedly moved out in the middle of the night after claiming that something had taken their youngest child. They didn't elaborate, and I didn't press, but the stories sent chills down my spine. I tried to rationalize it, but every night the house reminded me that this was no fiction, no imagination. One night, around 3 weeks in, the events escalated dramatically. I woke at 2:45 a.m., as always, to the sound of heavy footsteps pacing outside my bedroom door. This time, the whispers were louder, insistent, and a scraping sound accompanied them, like claws dragging along the hardwood. I couldn't move. Fear had rooted me to the bed. The door slowly creaked open and the air grew colder, heavier, pressing down on my chest. Then I saw it, a dark figure taller than any human, with elongated limbs and empty, hollow eyes that seemed to burn into me. It didn't move at first, just watched. I felt my sanity unraveling as it hovered in the doorway. The whispers became words I could understand now. You belong to this place. You cannot leave. Your fear is ours. I bolted upright and tried to grab my phone, intending to call for help, but the screen went black. The figure began to move toward me, slow and deliberate, yet I could feel its presence surrounding me, pressing down, filling the room with a cold, heavy weight. I screamed, then everything went black. I woke up outside the house hours later, just as dawn was breaking, my belongings scattered across the yard. The front door was locked, the windows intact, the house looking completely ordinary in the morning light. I couldn't comprehend what had happened, but I knew something had been inside with me. I left immediately, staying with a friend in town, packing only what I could carry. Even after leaving, the presence followed me. Shadows at the edges of my vision, whispers that echoed in dreams, fleeting glimpses of dark figures in reflective surfaces, all reminders that the house, or whatever lived within it, was patient, deliberate, and relentless. The recordings I had made revealed something chilling. The whispers included names of previous tenants, their voices trapped in the house, still calling, still waiting. It was feeding on fear, on memory, on the lives of those who had crossed its threshold. Months later, I tried to rebuild a normal life, moving to Philadelphia, renting an apartment in a busy neighborhood. The city was supposed to drown out the past. But the whispers persisted, softer now, but unmistakable. Shadows still lingered at the edge of my vision. Sleep remained fragmented and filled with the same faceless figures, pacing, whispering, watching. Friends noticed my jumpiness, my constant vigilance, the way I would check corners and doors repeatedly. I tried explaining, but no one could comprehend the depth of it. I researched the history of the house obsessively. Records revealed that the property had been in the hands of a reclusive man decades ago, known for occult practices. Neighbors spoke of strange lights and sounds, of rituals performed in the dead of night. The house itself seemed to have become a conduit for something not of this world, a presence that transcended physical boundaries, patient and deliberate. Even now, years later, I feel it. The shadows, the whispers, the constant sense of being observed, they never left. I avoid certain streets at night, certain houses, certain neighborhoods. The ordinary world is gone for me. What I once thought of as normal is forever tainted by the knowledge that some things are patient, deliberate, and relentless. That night and the nights that followed taught me that fear can be more than a feeling. It can be a living, breathing entity, persistent, inescapable, and eternal. Some nights in the quiet hours, I still hear it. The whisper of my name, the soft scratch of nails on wood, the echo of footsteps pacing a hallway that no longer exists. I know it is still waiting, patient, deliberate, unyielding. There is no escape. There is only vigilance, only the constant awareness that the ordinary world is a thin veil over something far older, far darker, something that watches, something that waits, something that remembers. Story the end. It was mid-November, the kind of night in western Pennsylvania where the wind cuts through layers of clothing and the fog rolls in low, blanketing the trees and streets like a heavy, damp quilt. I was driving alone along Route 322, a rural stretch that cuts through miles of farmland and thick woods, returning home from a late shift at the diner where I worked. My shift had been long, slow, the kind where the silence of the empty restaurant feels almost suffocating, and I was eager to get home, pull off my coat, and collapse into bed. The road was nearly deserted, the yellow lines glowing dimly under the weak illumination of my headlights. Somewhere up ahead, a shadow flickered across the road. A deer, I thought, braking sharply, heart hammering, swerving just enough to avoid hitting it. The car behind me honked, impatient, and I waved them past. Shaking off the sudden jolt of adrenaline, I continued down the winding road, the fog thickening. About 10 miles in, I noticed a figure at the edge of the trees, standing near the curve ahead. At first, I assumed it was a hitchhiker, but something about the way they stood made my stomach tighten. The figure didn't move, didn't gesture, didn't seem to breathe. Just watched. My headlights caught a glimpse of them. A tall man, pale, almost unnaturally still, and staring directly at me. I slowed, heart racing, rationalizing. Maybe they were injured. Maybe they needed help. But as I approached, the figure didn't step onto the road. They didn't move at all. I passed by, eyes fixed in the rearview mirror, and they were still there, staring. A few miles later, my phone buzzed, a text from my roommate asking if I was home yet. I glanced at it, typing a quick reply, and then noticed something unsettling. In my rearview mirror, just beyond the taillights of my car, there was movement. Another figure. Closer this time, walking along the shoulder of the road, like matching my speed exactly. My chest tightened. I should have pulled over, called the police, but instinctively I kept driving, telling myself I was imagining it, that the fatigue and darkness were playing tricks on me. But every curve, every stretch of road revealed more movement. Shadows among the trees, glimpses of shapes darting just beyond the fog. Always watching, always keeping pace. By the time I reached the turnoff to my street, I was nearly in a panic. The fog had grown thicker, clinging to the car, wrapping around the headlights in a dim, swirling haze. I slowed, scanning the road, and then I saw it. Something standing in the middle of the road, just ahead. Not walking, not moving, just standing. The shape was tall, featureless in the dim light, but I could feel its presence, like a weight pressing down on my chest. I slammed on the brakes, skidding slightly, heart hammering. The figure didn't flinch. My headlights illuminated a face that was impossible, pale, blank, with dark, hollow eyes that seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. I tried to reverse, but my tires hit the gravel and the car shuddered. I was frozen, staring, unable to process what I was seeing. Suddenly, the figure vanished. No movement, no sound, nothing, just the fog rolling back over the road, leaving only the isolation and the heavy scent of wet earth. I sat in the car for several minutes, hands shaking, trying to convince myself it was a hallucination, a trick of the fog. Eventually, I forced myself to drive the remaining 2 miles home, never once glancing into the woods. When I got inside, I locked every door and window, pacing the small living room, trying to shake the feeling that something had followed me. I called my roommate, told them what happened. They laughed, half joking, half serious. "You're tired. Get some sleep." I didn't sleep much that night. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind rattling the windows, made me tense. The following week, I noticed more things. Shadows that didn't align with the light, the feeling of being watched when I walked from room to room, and the occasional whisper when the house was silent. My roommate insisted I was imagining things, but I knew better. One night around 3 a.m., I woke to the sound of breathing. Not the slow, steady kind, but ragged, deliberate, coming from just outside my bedroom door. I froze, straining to listen. The sound moved down the hallway, stopping and starting, pacing. I grabbed my baseball bat and crept toward the door, hand trembling as I turned the knob. The hallway was empty. Nothing. But on the wall there was a faint smear, like someone had pressed their hand there. Not dirty, not blood, just a mark. I wiped it, but the unease didn't leave. A few nights later, I was awoken again, this time by a tapping at the window. My bedroom faced the backyard, which was overgrown and shadowed by trees. I shone my flashlight out into the yard. Nothing. No movement, no rustling, no sign of anyone, just the dense fog and the dark shapes of the trees. I dismissed it, telling myself it was a branch. But the next morning, I found scratch marks on the windowsill. Deep, jagged, fresh. Things escalated quickly. Objects moved when I wasn't looking. A chair in the living room would be facing a different direction than I left it. Books from my shelf would be on the floor, pages open to strange passages I didn't remember reading. Once, I woke to find all the lights in the house turned on, the blinds open, even though I had gone to bed with everything off. One particularly cold night, I was sitting in the living room, trying to work on my laptop, when I heard it. A low, hollow whisper right behind me. Leave. I spun around, flashlight in hand. The room was empty. The air felt thicker, heavier, as if it was pushing against me. My hands were shaking, and I could hear a faint rustling coming from the kitchen. I approached cautiously. The kitchen was empty, the windows locked, but the pantry door was open, even though I had closed it before going to the living room. Inside, I found a series of scratches etched into the wood, lines and shapes that made no sense, except that they looked intentional. My heart pounded. I grabbed a chair and pressed it against the door, sitting there, trembling, until dawn. Days later, I confided in a local shopkeeper, hoping for some rational explanation. He listened quietly, nodding, then leaned closer and whispered, "That road you came in on? People talk about it. Disappearances, strange sightings. Folks see shadows, shapes, some never make it home. They say the fog keeps you from leaving, that it follows you. I wouldn't go out at night if I were you." I tried to dismiss it, but the fear had already rooted itself deep. That night, the scratching returned, louder, moving across the floorboards, pacing from room to room. I could hear whispers too, overlapping, urgent, incoherent, but always centered on me. I stayed awake until dawn, clutching my bat, waiting, listening. It wasn't just the house. Even outside, I could feel it. Shadows in the trees along the road, shapes that moved just beyond the reach of my headlights. I stopped driving down that stretch of Route 322 at night entirely, taking longer detours that added hours to my commute. But sometimes, even on those roads, I would see glimpses of figures standing by the tree line, staring silently, waiting. One night, the whispers were different. They were calling my name clearly, directly, repeatedly. I woke in a cold sweat, the room spinning, and saw it, a shadowed figure standing at the foot of my bed, tall and impossibly still. My first instinct was to scream, but no sound came out. The figure leaned slightly, almost imperceptibly, and I felt a cold pressure on my chest, heavy, suffocating, as if it was studying me. I bolted upright, heart hammering, but the figure was gone. The room was empty, the smell of wet earth and smoke lingering faintly in the air. I ran to the kitchen, grabbed my keys, and drove to a 24-hour diner to stay until sunrise, praying the morning light would break whatever spell had settled over the night. Over the next month, the occurrences grew more intense. Scratches on walls, whispers in every room, objects moving, shadows that didn't belong. I avoided the windows, kept doors locked, slept with a bat and a flashlight at my side. Even in the daylight, I could feel the presence, watching, patient, unrelenting. I eventually moved, but the fear traveled with me. Even hundreds of miles away, I see fleeting shapes out of the corner of my eye. Sometimes I wake in the middle of the night to hear faint scratching at the window or a whisper calling my name. I've learned to live with it, to accept that some things, some presences, don't stay confined to one place, and some roads, some nights, hold memories and entities that follow you long after you leave. No amount of distance or distraction seems to make it stop. And sometimes, when I drive at night, fog thick on the road, I swear I see them again. The figures standing silently at the tree line, watching, waiting, knowing. And I know deep down that one night I won't be able to outrun them. Story the end. It began on a night that seemed ordinary, cold and clear. the kind of night where every shadow seemed sharper, every sound more pronounced. I had recently moved to a small town in northern Pennsylvania, a place with old houses, quiet streets, and long stretches of forested areas that pressed close to the neighborhoods. I rented a modest two-story house on the edge of town, cheap, isolated, and perfect for a quiet life. I didn't know much about the house, except that it had sat empty for nearly a year before I moved in. The previous tenants had left suddenly, and the landlord had never given an explanation. I assumed it was just one of those things. People move, life happens. The first few nights were quiet, aside from the usual creaks and groans of an old house settling. But on the third night, I woke to a faint tapping on the window near my bed. At first, I assumed it was a branch brushing against the glass. I got up and looked outside. Nothing stirred. The street was empty, and the trees swayed gently in the wind. I shrugged it off and went back to bed. But the tapping continued intermittently throughout the night, soft, deliberate, like someone was tracing their fingers along the glass. I lay there listening, unable to sleep, the unease gnawing at the edges of my mind. By the fourth night, the sounds had changed. The tapping was joined by footsteps, slow, deliberate, pacing just outside my bedroom door. I froze under the covers, heart hammering, afraid to move. The footsteps stopped, and then I heard a whisper. My name, soft, guttural, stretched in a way that made the hair on my arms stand on end. I told myself it was my imagination, stress, maybe even sleep deprivation. But a seed of fear had taken root. I began recording the noises on my phone. The next night, I left it on the dresser, set to capture audio from the moment I went to bed. Around 2:45 a.m., the scratching started again, followed by the pacing footsteps and the whispers. The recording captured it all. The voice distinctly saying my name over and over, interspersed with words I couldn't understand, guttural syllables that sent a shiver down my spine. After that, things escalated quickly. Doors I had locked would be found slightly ajar. Objects shifted in the night. Shadows seemed to flicker at the edges of my vision, vanishing the moment I turned my head. I could feel eyes on me constantly, even during the day. I asked neighbors if they had ever experienced anything unusual in the area. They were evasive, muttering about the house's history, former tenants leaving abruptly, strange occurrences, but they wouldn't go into detail. One night, I awoke to a sound unlike anything I had heard before. It was low, resonant, almost like the house itself was moaning. The temperature in my room dropped suddenly, my breath visible in the air. I felt a presence, heavy and oppressive, standing at the edge of my bed. I didn't dare look, but the sense of being watched was suffocating. The whispers returned, louder now, forming coherent phrases. You can't leave, you belong. My limbs felt heavy, unresponsive, as if the presence was pressing down on me, physically weighing me into the mattress. I tried to confront it logically, thinking perhaps I was losing my mind. I reached out to paranormal investigators online, but most were either dismissive or spoke in vague generalities about energy imprints and residual hauntings. One suggested I leave the house immediately, but I didn't have anywhere else to go at the time. So I stayed, trying to endure, hoping the activity would taper off. It didn't. The nightmares began next. Every night I slept, I dreamt of the house, but twisted, warped. The walls seemed to breathe, the shadows moving independently. I dreamt of being watched, followed, cornered by a faceless figure with hollow eyes, whispering my name and dragging unseen objects across the floorboards. I would wake drenched in sweat, heart racing, the room cold and silent, but I knew it was only quiet for the moment. Weeks passed, and my sense of time became fractured. Nights bled into days. I started seeing things in the corners of my vision, shadows stretching unnaturally, moving when no one was there. I began sleeping with lights on, checking doors repeatedly, unable to shake the feeling that something was inside the house with me, patient, deliberate, watching. I could hear footsteps pacing the hallways in the dead of night, and I learned to distinguish them from the normal creaks of the old floorboards. One night, the presence became undeniable. I woke at 2:45 a.m. as usual to the scratching and pacing. The whispers were now distinct and urgent. You can't hide. We see you. The bedroom door creaked open slowly. A cold wind rushed into the room, and I could see, faintly, a tall, shadowy figure in the corner. It had no discernible features, just black voids where eyes should be, an absence that seemed to consume the dim light of the room. I froze in terror, unable to scream. It took a step forward, and the whispers became guttural, insistent, pressing into my mind. Stay with us. I bolted upright, lunging for my phone to call 911, but the screen went black. The figure advanced slowly, deliberately, the room growing colder with each step. I ran for the door, fumbling with the lock, and as I opened it, I felt the presence brush against me, a pressure that nearly knocked me off my feet. I stumbled into the hallway, heart racing, adrenaline pumping. When I turned back, the bedroom was empty. The figure vanished, but the air still carried the weight of its presence. I left that night, packing only what I could carry. I stayed at a friend's house in town, terrified to return to the apartment. But the haunting didn't end. Even at my friend's house, I would hear the faintest whispers, shadows at the periphery of my vision, fleeting glimpses of figures that vanished when I tried to focus. Sleep became impossible. Dreams returned, vivid and horrifying, showing the house as if it were alive, stretching and breathing, the figure always there, always waiting. I began researching the house obsessively. Historical records revealed that the property had once belonged to a recluse, a man obsessed with the occult and rituals intended to bridge the world of the living and the dead. Neighbors reported strange lights and sounds in the dead of night, rituals performed on the land. Tenants who had left abruptly often cited unexplained occurrences, whispers, shadows, footsteps, items moving on their own. Some even disappeared under mysterious circumstances. The more I learned, the more I realized that the house was not just haunted, it was a trap, a place where fear was a conduit, and those who stayed too long became part of the lingering presence. Even years later, the effects lingered. Shadows would flicker in my peripheral vision, whispers would reach me at night, faint but unmistakable. I live now in a city far from that town, trying to reclaim some sense of normalcy, but the memory is inescapable. The fear, the presence, the knowledge that some things do not stay confined to a place. They follow, patient and deliberate, waiting for the moment when you are vulnerable. I have tried to rationalize, to dismiss it as trauma or stress, but recordings I made in that house remain. The whispers captured are unmistakable, calling my name, speaking in guttural tones, echoing names of previous tenants, their voices trapped and intertwined with whatever malevolent presence occupied the space. I have replayed them countless times, unable to escape their pull. The ordinary world has lost its simplicity. I see things at night that defy explanation, shadows that linger too long, whispers that tease from corners. I know now that fear itself is a living thing in some places, patient, deliberate, unrelenting. And once it marks you, once it embeds in your memory, in your very perception, it never lets go. Every night I lie awake, lights on, listening. The city around me is quiet, but I hear the faintest echo of footsteps, the softest whisper of my name. I know that somewhere in some dimension overlapping our own, that presence exists, patient, waiting, always aware. It does not forget. It does not sleep. It does not forgive. And I know deep down that some nights it will reach me again, wherever I am, reminding me that the ordinary world is merely a thin veil over something far older, far darker, and far more patient than we can imagine. Story the end. It started on a cold October night in northern Maine, the kind of night where the air is heavy and damp and the wind whistles through the trees as if carrying messages from some distant, forgotten place. I was driving back from Bangor, taking the back roads to avoid the highway traffic, and I remember feeling a strange unease that I couldn't place. The road was nearly deserted, a single lane of asphalt snaking through dense forests on either side. The fog had begun to roll in low, clinging to the trees and the ground like a thick, damp blanket. My headlights cut through it just enough to illuminate the narrow path ahead, but the rest of the world disappeared into shadows. I was alone in the car, and the silence was almost oppressive. Occasionally, a deer would dart across the road, forcing me to brake sharply. I told myself it was nothing more than the usual nerves from driving in the dark on unfamiliar roads. But then I saw something that froze me mid-throttle. At the edge of the fog, a figure was standing, just beyond the tree line, near a bend in the road. At first I thought it might be a stranded traveler, a hitchhiker, but something about the way it stood made my skin crawl. It wasn't waving or moving. It wasn't calling out. It was just there, tall, pale, and impossibly still, as if it were waiting for me. I slowed, instinctively. My heart was hammering, but I wanted to be rational. Maybe it was a hunter, maybe it was someone waiting for help. I passed by slowly, keeping a wide berth. When I glanced in the rearview mirror, the figure wasn't moving, but I could swear it was facing me, watching me drive past. The fog thickened as I continued down the road. That's when I noticed something else. Another figure, this one moving along the shoulder, keeping pace with my car. I couldn't see a face, couldn't see any defining features. Just a shadow sliding along the edge of the road, keeping pace with me. My pulse quickened. I told myself to keep driving, that I was imagining it, that fatigue and darkness were playing tricks on me. But every curve, every stretch of road revealed more shadows, more shapes moving in the fog, always at the edge of my vision. I was nearly in a panic when I reached the small town of Lincoln. The fog seemed to thin slightly as I passed the town limits, but the feeling of being watched didn't leave me. I parked outside the motel I had booked and tried to calm myself, telling the clerk that I had driven through fog and darkness and had let my imagination run away with me. He didn't comment, just handed me the keys with a tired nod. That night, I barely slept. I woke repeatedly to the sound of scratching at the window, soft and deliberate, and the faintest whisper of my name. I would sit up, listen, but the room was empty. The wind rattled the old frames of the windows, making the sounds almost imperceptibly real, almost tangible. The next day, I decided to explore the surrounding area, trying to convince myself that it was nothing more than stress, exhaustion, and the eerie isolation of rural roads. I drove down smaller lanes, past abandoned houses and overgrown farmland. Some of the houses were boarded up, windows dark and empty, doors swinging loosely in the wind. I noticed graffiti on one of the barns, a series of symbols I didn't recognize, jagged lines carved deep into the wood. It didn't look recent, but it didn't look old either. It had an air of intent behind it, deliberate and chilling. By nightfall, I returned to the motel, but the unease had followed me. The hallway was empty, but the air felt thicker, heavier. My room door creaked as I closed it, and I could hear faint scratching from the wall nearest the hallway. I told myself it was the old building settling, that the wind was finding its way into every crack. But as I lay in bed, I could hear it moving from wall to wall, faint but deliberate, as if something were pacing, watching. I tried to call someone, anyone, to hear a familiar voice. My phone had no signal, not weak, not dropping, completely gone. The landline in the room had been disconnected. I was alone, and the isolation became suffocating. Around midnight, I woke again. This time, the sound was unmistakable, a slow, deliberate knock at the door. I froze. The hallway was empty, silent except for the low hum of the heater. I listened as the knocking moved from the door to the walls, soft and deliberate, circling the room. I grabbed the only thing nearby, a chair, and sat pressed against the door, eyes wide in the dark. The scratching persisted for hours. At one point, I heard what sounded like whispering, low and guttural. I couldn't make out the words, but I knew I was being addressed, warned, or threatened. I stayed pressed against the door until dawn, when the sunlight finally penetrated the motel curtains, scattering the shadows and quieting the noises. The following day, I went to the local diner for breakfast, hoping to find some rational explanation. I told the waitress about the noises, the scratching, the feeling of being watched. She paused, her expression turning serious. "You're not the first to say that," she said. "That area, it's known for strange things. Folks disappear out there, and some say the land itself isn't right. People hear voices, see shadows, things that don't belong. You should be careful." Her words didn't calm me. That night, I returned to my room, doors locked, windows shut. But the unease was palpable. Shadows moved against the walls, whispers in the corners scratching from behind the walls themselves. Objects I had left in one spot were moved, just slightly, enough to make me doubt my memory. One night as I lay in bed, I felt it, an oppressive presence in the room. My chest tightened, my breathing labored, as if the air itself were thicker, heavier. The whispering became clearer, forming words I could understand. "Leave, leave now." I bolted upright, heart pounding, and saw a shadow at the foot of the bed. Tall, dark, indistinct, but undeniably there. It didn't move, didn't approach, just watched. I screamed, but no sound came out. I stumbled out of the room, down the hallway, and into the parking lot. I got into my car and drove through the night, not stopping until I reached the outskirts of Bangor, where streetlights and signs gave me some comfort, some reassurance that I was in the realm of the ordinary. Weeks passed. I moved back into the city, but the memories lingered. Shadows in empty corners, whispers at the edge of perception, a sense of being followed, of being watched. I began documenting everything: times, sounds, patterns, trying to make sense of it. But the pattern was simple. The presence was patient, persistent, and invisible. It could appear anywhere at any time, and I was powerless to stop it. I read it about others who had traveled those back roads. Disappearances, strange sightings, sudden unexplained chills. Some claimed to see figures standing at the edge of the fog, motionless and staring. Others spoke of whispers in the dark, voices calling their names, objects moving in empty rooms. I realized that what I had experienced wasn't an isolated incident. It was part of a long history of unexplained occurrences tied to that stretch of road and the surrounding forests. Over time, I tried to build a routine, a sense of normalcy, but I never drove those back roads at night again. I never stayed in small, isolated motels. The whispers and the shadows followed me in my dreams, always at the edge of perception, sometimes so vivid I would wake shaking, the memory of their presence lingering like a physical weight. I've learned to live with it, to recognize the signs. A shadow in the corner of a room that doesn't belong, a whisper when the house is empty, the faint smell of wet earth or smoke that seems to linger even in city apartments. I know now that some places, some nights, carry memories and presences that do not stay confined to one location. They are patient, waiting, and persistent. And though I have left the road, the motel, the forested back streets behind, I feel the presence always, just at the edge of my perception, reminding me that some things never let go. Even now, years later, when I drive at night through fog or silence, I can feel it. The gaze of something watching, the whisper at the edge of hearing, the weight of something patient and unrelenting. And I know deep down that one day I will no longer be able to ignore it, and it will find me completely without warning, without mercy. Story the end. It had started as an ordinary Thursday evening. The sky was bruised with the purple and orange hues of sunset, the kind that made even the most hurried commuter pause for a second to admire the fading light. I was driving down a stretch of rural highway in the Midwest, my old sedan humming along the asphalt. The road had been empty for miles, save for the occasional deer that darted across the roadside, their eyes reflecting my headlights. I liked the solitude of these drives. They were a chance to escape the incessant hum of my apartment and the world that felt like it was constantly spinning faster than I could keep up. By the time darkness settled completely, the air had grown colder than I expected for August, the kind of cold that seeps into your bones despite the heater blasting. I had turned onto a narrower road that cut through dense forest. The trees on either side were tall, ancient, and thick enough to blot out most of the stars. I remember thinking it was oddly silent. No crickets, no frogs, not even the rustle of a nocturnal animal, just the hum of my engine and the occasional snap of a branch from who knew where. About 30 minutes in, I noticed something strange. My headlights caught a figure standing at the edge of the forest. At first, I thought it was just someone hiking, though that seemed odd at this hour. But as I drew closer, my stomach turned cold. The figure was too still, too rigid. It didn't move its head, didn't step forward. It just stood there like a statue. I slowed, squinting through the windshield, heart thudding in my chest. The figure was tall, impossibly thin, its limbs almost too long, the skin pale in the dim light. I blinked, and it seemed to stretch upward even more, almost unreal. I slammed the gas, telling myself I was imagining it. Maybe the shadows played tricks, or maybe exhaustion was getting to me. But then I saw it again, further down the road, standing in the middle of the asphalt. I had passed it. No way it could have gotten there so quickly. My pulse jumped, and I pressed the accelerator harder. The road seemed endless, the trees pressing in from both sides, the night growing heavier. Then the headlights revealed something worse. Streaks of red ran down the figure's torso, or maybe it was just the moonlight reflecting on wet bark or leaves. I didn't stop to check. I couldn't. I was on the phone with 911 within seconds, but my phone had no service, the signal swallowed by the dense forest. I tried calling my mom, my friend Lisa, anyone, but it was the same. Nothing. I forced myself to breathe, trying to calm the trembling in my hands. The road twisted sharply, and I nearly hit a tree that had fallen across the shoulder. As I swerved back onto the asphalt, I noticed something horrifying. The figure, or whatever it was now walking along the side of the road, its movements unnatural, jerky, almost like it was learning to walk as it went. I couldn't tell if it was running or gliding, but the way it moved sent ice through my veins. I kept driving, eyes darting to the mirrors every few seconds. I didn't want to see it, but I had to make sure it wasn't following me. That's when I noticed the shadows in my rearview mirror. They didn't match the trees, didn't match the road. Shapes flickered, tall and thin, almost human, but not quite. I felt a pressure in my chest, like the air had grown thick, almost solid. My car's interior lights flickered once, twice, then stayed off. I came to a clearing where the road curved around a dilapidated farmhouse I had passed many times in the day. Lights were on inside, faint but flickering, like someone was moving in and out of rooms with no pattern. My instincts screamed at me to stop, to run into the farmhouse, to find help, but I remembered all the horror stories about isolated houses. The safest thing was to keep moving. I drove past the farmhouse slowly, trying to get a glimpse of anyone inside. The figure from the road was gone, but a silhouette appeared at one of the windows, watching me as I passed. I froze. The shape was humanoid, but its head was too large and it didn't move its eyes. It just stared. A cold sweat ran down my spine. My rational mind told me it was a trick of the light, a reflection, anything to explain it. But the primal terror in my chest refused logic. That's when the radio turned on. My car didn't have the radio on, hadn't been near a station, but suddenly static filled the cabin, followed by faint, distorted whispers. I could barely make out words. Names. My name. I slammed the radio off, but the static didn't stop. It grew louder, more insistent, the whispers rising to a chant. I covered my ears, but the sound was inside my skull now, pulsing in rhythm with my heartbeat. I tried to tell myself to calm down. I was alone. The forest was just trees, and the farmhouse was abandoned, or at least that's what I told myself. But every instinct screamed at me to get away. I pressed the accelerator, ignoring the sharp curves of the road, ignoring the weight in my chest that felt like someone was pressing down from above. And then I saw them. More figures, dozens of them, emerging from the forest in the headlights, tall, thin, faceless. Some moved in human ways, others bent at impossible angles, crawling on all fours, their limbs stretching beyond what should have been possible. Their skin was pale, wet-looking, gleaming in the light. They didn't scream. They didn't run. They just moved, slow and inevitable, like a tide of death. I tried to swerve, but the road seemed endless, and the figures multiplied. Shadows stretched and intertwined, some crawling onto the road, some gliding along the treetops. My vision blurred with terror. My hands shook so violently I almost lost control of the car. One of the figures leaped onto the hood, thudding against the metal, leaving cold, wet prints that burned through the paint like acid. I tried to shake them off. I yelled, I screamed, I begged. Nothing worked. It was as if they weren't bound by the physical world. The windshield cracked with the force of something enormous hitting it, yet I still drove, somehow, like a puppet with adrenaline for strings. Then the car started shaking violently. I thought we were going to flip. The engine roared, smoke pouring from the hood, yet I couldn't stop. My hands fumbled to open the door. Maybe I could escape on foot. But as soon as I reached for the handle, a figure pressed against the glass beside me, its face, if it could be called that, close enough to my own that I felt its cold breath. It whispered something in a voice that was both male and female, old and young, a chorus of all the voices I had ever known. Don't leave. Don't leave. I slammed the door, locked it. The shaking stopped, the whispers faded. The forest went silent again. I was alone. The headlights showed only the road ahead, and somehow the farmhouse and all those figures were gone. My hands were shaking, my heart hammering. I slowed to a crawl, scanning the trees, half expecting them to appear again. Eventually, the road opened onto a main highway. Lights glimmered in the distance, cars passed by, oblivious to the terror that had unfolded in the forest. I pulled over to catch my breath. My phone had signal again. I called 911. Reported a strange incident, mentioned nothing of the figures. They wouldn't believe me. An officer arrived, checked the road, found nothing. No footprints, no skid marks, no signs of anyone at all. I drove home that night in silence. When I finally walked into my apartment, I checked the locks, the windows, and every corner of my home. Nothing. Just the quiet hum of the refrigerator and the ticking of the clock. I tried to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes, I saw those figures. Tall, thin, faceless. Waiting. Watching. The next morning, I went back to the forest road, trying to rationalize what had happened. Maybe a prank, maybe exhaustion, maybe a collective hallucination. But the road was different. Less maintained, almost overgrown, the farmhouse completely gone. It was as if that stretch of road, that night, had never existed. I tried to put it behind me. I didn't drive down that road again. I avoided rural highways at night. I told myself it was over. But sometimes, late at night, I hear whispers in my apartment. They're faint, barely audible, but unmistakable, calling my name, reminding me of that night, the forest, the figures that move in impossible ways, the cold that seeps into your bones. And sometimes when I can't sleep, I look out my window into the darkness beyond the streetlights, and I think I see a figure standing there. Too tall, too thin, too still, watching, waiting. And I know somehow that it's only a matter of time before it comes for me again. Story the end. It was a late October evening in rural Pennsylvania when I first realized that something about the night felt wrong. I had been living in a small rented cabin on the outskirts of a town most people didn't even know existed. The road to the cabin was little more than a winding dirt track through dense woodland. It was quiet, almost oppressively quiet, and the kind of quiet that made the occasional snap of a twig or rustle of leaves sound like thunder. I moved here after a messy breakup, thinking solitude would help me think, help me escape the constant hum of city life. I didn't expect it to be like this. I arrived just before sunset. The cabin was an old, two-story structure, wooden and weathered, with paint peeling from the siding and a chimney that looked like it hadn't been used in decades. Inside, the air smelled of dust and mildew, but it was quiet and private. The previous tenant had left a few items behind: a chipped coffee mug, a faded blanket, and a stack of old newspapers. They all seemed normal enough, except that I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been watching the cabin for years. Not in a literal sense, but in the way a place feels lived in, like it remembers its occupants. That first night, I lit a small lamp in the living room and sat by the window, drinking cheap whiskey from a bottle I had grabbed on my way out of town. The wind whispered through the trees, and the branches scraped against the roof, which made me flinch more than I cared to admit. Somewhere in the distance, a train whistle echoed, long and mournful, like a cry carried across the night. I told myself it was just the wind, that it was just the isolation getting to me. I went to bed around 11, leaving the lamp on because I didn't want to sit in total darkness. The bedroom was on the second floor, a small room with one window that faced the woods. I was half asleep when I heard it, a faint creak like footsteps moving slowly across the wooden floor below. I froze. My first thought was that maybe the cabin had settled and the old wood was reacting to the chill of the night. But then I heard it again, closer this time. A slow, deliberate step, and then another. Then silence. My heart pounded in my chest. I convinced myself it was my imagination, that maybe the wind had shifted something. Eventually I drifted off, telling myself I was being ridiculous. The next morning, I found something strange. A kitchen chair, which I was certain I had left tucked under the table, was pulled out. Not at an angle, but directly as if someone had been sitting there. I chalked it up to sleepwalking, though I'd never had any history of it. Still, unease coiled in my stomach as I went about the day, fixing the leaky faucet and unpacking my things. I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced I would see someone standing in the corner of the room, just watching me. By the third night, the noises became harder to ignore. The footsteps came more frequently, sometimes circling the cabin, other times moving directly under my bedroom window. I even started hearing whispers, indistinct but definitely human, sometimes sounding like a conversation just out of earshot. I tried calling the local sheriff's office, but when I explained my situation, the dispatcher politely suggested it was probably the wind or wildlife. There was no record of anyone living nearby who could be playing a prank. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever it was had been here long before I arrived. One night I awoke to a cold draft, the kind that makes your breath visible in the air. The lamp I had left on in the living room had gone out. I sat up and listened. There it was again, the creaking, slow and deliberate moving up the stairs. It stopped right outside my bedroom door. I held my breath, waiting, my ears straining. Then came a knock, not one, but three, soft and measured, like someone testing the door. I swear, the air in the room grew heavier. I wanted to call out, to demand whoever it was to leave, but my voice was trapped in my throat. I don't remember when I fell asleep, but the next thing I knew, it was dawn, and everything was silent again. I got up and checked the cabin, every room meticulously. Nothing seemed out of place, except for a faint smear of mud on the stairs that led to my bedroom. I had cleaned the floors the day before. The mud hadn't been tracked in from outside, and yet it was there, fresh and dark against the faded wood. I started keeping a journal after that, documenting every strange sound, every unusual sight. One night, around midnight, I wrote that I heard someone whispering my name from the living room. I froze, pen in hand, and listened. The whisper came again. Michael. It was soft, almost pleading. But I was alone. I hadn't told anyone my name, not a soul in this town. My hands shook as I wrote it down, the ink blotting on the paper because of how hard I gripped the pen. Sleep became impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined shadowy figures moving just beyond the edges of the light. Mirrors seemed to hold reflections that weren't mine. One evening, I swore I saw someone standing behind me in the kitchen mirror, just for a second, before disappearing when I spun around. I didn't eat much. I didn't leave the cabin unless absolutely necessary, and even then I felt eyes on me from the woods, always watching. Weeks passed, and the presence escalated. Objects moved on their own. The stack of newspapers would be rearranged. The coffee mug left where it could easily fall to the floor. Doors I had locked were found ajar. The whispers became voices. One night, I distinctly heard a conversation taking place in the living room. Two voices, low and menacing. I stayed in my bedroom, trembling under the covers, listening. Words I could catch included waiting, leave, and don't see. I didn't understand what they meant, but I knew they were directed at me. The turning point came on a stormy night in late October. Rain pelted the windows, thunder shook the cabin, and lightning briefly illuminated the woods in stark, violent flashes. I was on edge all day, the sense of being watched unbearable. Around midnight, I heard footsteps again, heavier this time, moving up the stairs in a rhythm that sounded almost human. But then I noticed something horrifying. The shadows of the steps seemed wrong. They didn't align with the staircase, stretching and shifting unnaturally. When the footsteps reached the top, a loud bang shook my bedroom door. I was paralyzed with fear. I didn't move, didn't breathe. Then the whispers returned, louder, now unmistakably inside my head. Michael, come, join us. The voice was cold, cruel, and somehow familiar. I tried to stand, tried to run, but my legs refused to move. The door creaked open slowly, revealing nothing but darkness, and yet I could feel it there, right at the threshold, smelling of wet earth and decay. I pulled the blanket over my head, rocking slightly, whispering to myself that it was just my imagination. But I knew it wasn't. It wasn't my imagination. Days blurred into nights, and I stopped trusting my senses. I began hearing conversations in the woods during the day, faint, urgent whispers that stopped the moment I turned toward them. My reflection in the mirror no longer seemed entirely human. My eyes appeared darker, almost hollow, and sometimes I thought I glimpsed another face staring back at me behind mine. The cabin felt alive, sentient, malevolent, and focused solely on me. I tried calling for help again, but my cell service was spotty, and the few calls I made seemed to drop into static. The townspeople avoided me when I went into town, their eyes wary, almost fearful, like they knew I was meddling with something best left alone. One night, the presence became physical. I was lying in bed when I felt it touch my shoulder, icy and heavy. I jolted upright, heart hammering, and the room was empty. But then came the sound, a low, guttural laugh, not human, echoing around the walls of the cabin. The lamp flickered violently, casting long, warped shadows that seemed to reach for me. I stumbled from bed, trying to find a weapon, anything, but the cabin itself seemed to resist my movements. Doors slammed shut before I could open them, and windows rattled as if the wind were trying to push its way inside. I barely slept for the next week. I started leaving doors unlocked in case I had to flee quickly. The whispers became constant. I could hear them when I ran errands in town, in the grocery store, even in the gas station. Sometimes they said my name. Sometimes they spoke in a language I couldn't understand, guttural and sharp, but always filled with malice. I couldn't eat. I couldn't drink. I could barely think. I was losing my grip on reality, convinced that the cabin, the woods, and the night itself had conspired to trap me in a living nightmare. The final night, it happened. I don't remember falling asleep, but I woke to find the cabin completely silent. The air was thick, suffocating, and I couldn't move my arms or legs. I tried screaming, but no sound came out. Then I saw them. Shadows, human-shaped, surrounding the bed, their faces obscured, but their presence unmistakable. I could feel them breathing, smelling of rot and decay, pressing in closer. And then I realized the whispers weren't just in my head. They were real. They were the voices of everyone who had ever been here, trapped, waiting, hungry. They were the previous tenants. They were the woods. They were the cabin itself. I don't remember how I survived the night. When morning came, the shadows were gone. The cabin was quiet again, but I knew I hadn't left. I had been marked. Every day since, the whispers have grown quieter, but they are always there, at the edge of hearing, reminding me that some places are not meant for humans. I still live here. I can't leave. Not really, because if I do, they will follow. And sometimes when the wind howls and the trees scrape against the windows, I hear a faint, chilling voice from the woods. Michael, come, join us. The cabin is still standing, the road is still empty, and the night is still waiting, patient and hungry. I can't say why I'm still alive, but I know one thing. It isn't mercy. It's waiting, always waiting. Story the end. It started on a night that seemed ordinary in every sense. The kind of ordinary that carries a quiet, almost invisible weight, like the air itself is holding its breath. I was living in a small apartment in rural Pennsylvania at the time, having recently moved from Philadelphia for a new job. The apartment was old, with creaking floorboards and the faint, musty smell of years of habitation, but it was cheap and close to work. I had been warned about the neighbors, mostly old folks who liked to keep to themselves, but I shrugged it off. Everyone says weird things about neighbors when you first move in, right? The first night, nothing happened, just the hum of the refrigerator and the occasional whistle of wind through the cracked window frames. I had unpacked most of my things and settled into the quiet. That night, though, I noticed something strange, a shadow across the far wall of my bedroom. At first, I assumed it was my imagination playing tricks on me, or the way the streetlight outside hit the blinds. But the shape seemed to linger, forming a vague outline of a person. I shook it off. I had moved from a city where strange shapes danced in the periphery all the time. The second night, I woke up around 3 a.m. to the sound of tapping. Soft, deliberate tapping. I froze, listening. It wasn't the pipes, I knew that sound. This was closer, like someone lightly tapping on the window. My window faced the empty lot next to the building, overgrown with weeds and broken furniture. Peering through the blinds, I saw nothing. The streetlight flickered, and I blinked. Then the tapping stopped. I told myself it was probably a branch hitting the glass and tried to go back to sleep. By the third night, I couldn't ignore it. It wasn't just tapping anymore. There were noises, footsteps, muffled whispers that seemed to echo through the thin walls. I started keeping my phone on me at all times. I would lie awake in the dark, listening as the sounds grew louder around 2:30 a.m., always stopping right at 3. The timing was precise, as though someone or something was on a schedule. I decided to record the sounds on my phone. That night, I set it up on the dresser, pressing record and laying back under the thin blanket. Around 2:45, the soft tapping began. Footsteps followed, slow and deliberate, pacing back and forth just outside my bedroom door. I froze, heart hammering. Then I heard it, a voice, whispering my name. Low, guttural, barely audible. You shouldn't be here. I couldn't sleep after that. I was terrified, but also strangely drawn to it. The next day, I tried to rationalize everything. Maybe it was an intruder, maybe it was a neighbor playing tricks. I asked the building manager about previous tenants. No one had reported anything. The old couple next door just shrugged when I asked, saying the building had its quirks, but nothing serious. Night after night, the activity escalated. Doors that I was certain I had locked would be found slightly ajar. Items moved from their places. Footsteps pacing the hallway outside my apartment, slow and deliberate. I started hearing things through the walls. Low murmurs, indistinct phrases, and once a child crying. I had no idea if there was anyone else in the building, but it felt as if I wasn't alone. The recordings I took were unsettling, but I could barely make out the whispers. I didn't dare play them back at full volume at night. They were enough to make me sit in the dark, gripping my phone, waiting for something to happen. Then came the scratches. Light at first, just a soft scraping on the walls like claws or fingernails, then heavier, louder, accompanied by low groans that made my skin crawl. I began to feel like I was being watched constantly, even during the day. The shadows I saw at night began appearing in the corners of my vision during daylight, fleeting and impossible to focus on. I started avoiding my apartment during the day, wandering the streets or sitting in my car just to escape the feeling of being followed. One night, around 2 weeks in, it reached a fever pitch. I had stayed up late, trying to ignore the noises, but around 2:30 a.m., everything went silent. The quiet was worse than the noise. Then the whispers started, not from the walls, but from inside the apartment. I could hear them moving around, coming closer, forming words I couldn't fully comprehend. Then the bedroom door creaked open on its own. I wasn't touching it. I didn't dare move. I could feel cold air brushing against my face, like someone breathing on me. And then I saw it. At the edge of the bed, a figure, tall, gaunt, featureless, except for the empty black eyes that seemed to stare into my soul. I screamed and bolted from the apartment. I didn't take anything with me, just ran into the night, not stopping until I reached the police station. They listened politely, then suggested I might be under stress, overworked, maybe sleep-deprived. They even asked if I wanted a wellness check. I went back to the apartment the next day with a friend, thinking maybe it was my imagination, and everything looked normal. Nothing was out of place, no signs of intrusion, no scratches on the walls. I thought about moving, but I had no other place to go and couldn't afford it. That night, I stayed at a friend's place, trying to reset my mind, but the whispers followed me. When I closed my eyes, I could still hear them. The more I tried to ignore them, the louder they became. My phone recordings had started to make sense in daylight. I could hear my name clearly, over and over, repeated as if it were being chanted. Then came the dreams. Not the usual nightmares, but vivid, precise visions. I dreamt of the apartment from angles I didn't know existed, of the shadows moving along the walls, of the figure watching me from corners, always silent. And then I dreamt of it outside the apartment building, in the empty lot, staring up at my window, and I could hear the whispers even as I slept. I woke drenched in sweat, the room pitch dark, the clock reading 2:59 a.m. I couldn't take it anymore. I called a friend from back home in Philadelphia and asked if I could stay with him for a while. The next night, I packed my things, intent on leaving at first light. But that night, the apartment decided it wasn't going to let me go quietly. Around midnight, the sounds started. Scratches, whispers, footsteps. The power went out. In the pitch black, I could feel it moving around me, circling me in the dark. I grabbed a flashlight and turned it on, sweeping it across the room. The figure was there, just beyond the beam, staring. I ran for the door, but it slammed shut before I could reach it. I tried the lock, but it was stuck. My heart pounding, I pounded on the door, screaming for help. And then I heard it. My own voice, coming from somewhere inside the apartment, whispering my deepest fears back at me. You can't leave. You can't escape. I don't remember how I got out. I must have fainted or something. I woke up outside in the street at dawn, my things scattered around me. The apartment looked quiet, normal, as if nothing had happened, but I knew it had. I knew it followed me in some way I couldn't explain. I moved back to Philadelphia that day. I tried to sell my possessions, but anything I couldn't bring with me seemed to vanish, leaving only emptiness behind. Months later, I tried to convince myself it was over. I had a new apartment, a new job, and the nightmares seemed to fade. But occasionally, in the quiet, I hear it. A whisper just outside my door, or a shadow moving in the corner of my vision. Always at night. Always around 3 a.m. Sometimes I see it reflected in the window across the street, standing silently, staring. I don't know if it's the same figure from that apartment or something worse. All I know is that wherever I am, it knows. I've tried to ignore it, to convince myself I'm safe, but the sense of being watched never leaves. Friends say I've changed, that I seem distant, anxious, like I'm constantly listening for something. And I am. Every night I lie awake, listening to the quiet hum of the city and waiting for the sound of my name whispered in the dark, waiting for the footsteps that will never stop pacing, for the scratches that will never end. Because I know deep down that some things follow you, some things never let you go. Even now I can feel it at the edge of my awareness. It's patient, watching, waiting for the perfect moment. It doesn't rush, it knows time is on its side, and I know I'll never be able to shake it. Because once it marks you, once it decides, there's no escape. You can leave cities, states, even continents, but it doesn't matter. It's there, always just beyond the corner of your eye, whispering, scratching, pacing, waiting. Sometimes I think about going back to that apartment, confronting it, trying to end whatever this is. But something tells me that would be a mistake. Whatever it is, it doesn't want to be found. And maybe in some sick way, it wants me to fear it forever. And I do. Every night I lie awake, listening to the silence, knowing it's not empty, knowing it's out there, knowing it's coming. And in that silence, I sometimes hear it, not in dreams, not in recordings, but in the space between seconds. The faintest whisper, barely audible, saying my name, always my name. And I realize then that the ordinary night I once took for granted is gone. That night itself is tainted, turned into a waiting room for dread. The shadows of the past apartment, the echoes of my terror have followed me here, and they are patient. They have all the time in the world, and one day, I know, the patience will pay off. For now, I exist in a constant state of anticipation. I check every corner of my apartment, every shadow in the street, every sound in the night. I don't know if it will ever make itself fully known again, but I do know this. It's real. The ordinary is gone, replaced by the knowledge that the world has layers we were never meant to see, layers where something watches, waits, and whispers. And if you are unlucky enough to hear your name in the dead of night, you know the truth. Once it finds you, it never lets go. Story the end. It was one of those nights where the kind of silence that blankets a small town feels heavier than the darkness itself. The moon hung thin and pale, hidden by the thin layer of clouds that drifted lazily across the sky. I was driving down Highway 17, a two-lane stretch of asphalt that cut through the woods for miles, the only sign of civilization being the occasional flicker of a porch light in the distance. I had been returning from a late-night shift at a diner, tired but feeling that odd sense of invincibility that comes with being alone on the road late at night. There was a stillness that settled in your chest, the kind that makes every sound, your own engine, the tires on asphalt, feel amplified and foreign. The highway had been empty for miles, no cars, no trucks, nothing, and then I saw it. A figure, standing on the side of the road, half hidden in the shadows of the trees. At first, I thought it was just someone hitchhiking, and I slowed down. But as I drew closer, I realized it was wrong. It wasn't the way someone stood normally. The posture was too stiff, too unnatural, and the way it turned its head, slowly, to face me as I drove closer, sent a jolt of cold through my spine. I considered slowing down to ask if they needed help. Most nights, I would have stopped without hesitation, but something about this figure made me press the accelerator just a little harder and keep driving. The headlights barely caught the shape before I passed, but I could swear its eyes, or where its eyes should have been, gleamed in the dim light. The road curved sharply ahead, and I forced my attention back to the asphalt, trying to convince myself it was just a trick of shadows, some lonely drifter out too late. But the feeling didn't leave me. I kept glancing in my rearview mirror, and for a while, there was nothing. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement. Not in the mirror, but in the woods along the side of the highway. Branches snapping, faint rustling, like something large was following the car, keeping pace with me even though there was no road for it to walk on. My heart started pounding. I wanted to tell myself it was a deer, maybe some coyote, anything that made sense, but it didn't sound like animals. It sounded deliberate, methodical, and strangely silent, except for the occasional snap of a branch that made me flinch. I reached the next small town, or at least I thought it was a town. There were a few houses, dark and lifeless, and a convenience store that was closed. I slowed down, hoping to find some other human presence, and that's when I saw it again. The figure standing in the middle of the road this time, no trees to hide behind, just it, perfectly still. The thing was tall, impossibly tall, thin, almost to the point of being skeletal. Its skin, it was pale, unnaturally so, and its features were just wrong. Eyes too large, mouth too wide, stretching into a smile that didn't belong to a human face. It tilted its head like it was studying me, and I felt my hands gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles went white. I slammed the car into reverse, heart hammering, and nearly hit a mailbox in my panic. I tried to back up quickly, hoping to turn around, but the figure didn't move. It didn't even flinch, and then it started walking toward me. Not running, not rushing, just gliding forward, slow and deliberate, like it had all the time in the world. My rational mind screamed at me to drive forward, past it, and just get out of there. But every instinct in my body told me that if I moved, it would move faster, intercepting me. I floored the accelerator and swerved around it. My tires squealed on the asphalt, and I felt the car lift slightly over a patch of uneven road. When I glanced in the rearview again, I could have sworn I saw the figure standing in the exact same spot, as if I hadn't moved an inch. My pulse was racing, my breathing ragged. I turned off onto another road that led back toward a more populated area, hoping distance would somehow make it disappear. But it didn't. Every turn I took, every stretch of road, it seemed to be there, just beyond the edges of my headlights, moving when I wasn't looking directly at it, always keeping pace. By the time I reached the small suburban stretch near the highway exit, I was shaking so badly I could barely control the car. I saw a gas station up ahead, the first sign of life in what felt like hours. I pulled in, slamming the car into park, and ran inside. The fluorescent lights inside made me feel like the world had suddenly shifted into a more stable plane of reality. An older woman behind the counter looked up, startled by my appearance. "Hey, you okay?" she asked, voice tinged with concern. I think someone's following me," I said, voice breaking. "There's this thing on the road, outside." She looked at me like I was crazy, shaking her head. "Honey, it's late. You've probably just been driving too long. Maybe pull over and get some rest." I wanted to argue, to tell her it was real, but I couldn't. How could I explain the figure? How could I explain the way it moved? I couldn't. And besides, she seemed like a kind person who meant well. Maybe I was overreacting. I forced myself to calm down, filling a cup with coffee and trying to think rationally. I sat for a while, drinking, trying to convince myself that the figure had been some hitchhiker or a deer, something explainable. Eventually, I decided to try to get home. I mapped out the shortest route back and, trying to steel myself, started driving again. At first, everything seemed normal. The streetlights flickered as I drove, the occasional car passed, mundane and reassuring. I began to think I had imagined it. Then my headlights caught movement in the rear view. At first, it looked like another car, but the reflection didn't match the angles of headlights I'd expect. And then I saw it. A shadowy figure, moving unnaturally, keeping pace with me. I slammed on the brakes, but when I looked again, it was closer than before. No branches snapping, no sound. Just the figure, gliding behind my car like a dark stain across the asphalt. Panic set in. I turned down a side street, hoping to lose it in the residential maze, weaving left and right. But it kept up, appearing at the end of the streets I'd just turned from, always perfectly aligned with my path. My hands were shaking uncontrollably on the wheel, and I could barely see straight through my tears and sweat. I reached my neighborhood and slammed the car into the driveway. I ran inside, locking the door behind me, and for a moment, the adrenaline left me feeling exhausted, trembling, but safe. I tried to tell myself it was over, that whatever it had been, I had outrun it. But that night, when I finally got to my bedroom and turned off the lights, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still out there. I lay in bed, listening to the soft hum of the city outside, but every creak of the house, every shadow thrown by the streetlights, made my stomach drop. And then I heard it. A faint tapping at my window. Not loud, not insistent, but deliberate, like someone, or something, was testing whether the glass would give way. My breath caught in my throat. I didn't dare move, didn't dare make a sound. The tapping stopped. My heart hammered so loud I was sure it could be heard through the walls. Morning never felt so far away. I stayed under the blankets, listening. The sun finally began to rise, painting the room in pale orange light. I crept to the window, peeking through the blinds. Nothing. No footprints, no signs of anyone having been outside, just the quiet suburban street. I convinced myself that the figure had been gone, that I was safe. But over the next few nights, strange things began to happen. The sound of footsteps in the hallway when I was alone, doors creaking open slowly on their own, shadows at the corner of my vision that disappeared when I turned to look, and always the feeling of being watched. My friends said I was imagining things. Maybe I was. But one night, weeks later, I came home to find something I couldn't explain. My front door, locked when I left, was ajar. Inside, the house was untouched except for one thing. On the living room floor, directly in front of the window I'd heard tapping on, were scratches. Long, deep, deliberate, as if something had clawed at the floor trying to get in or out. I moved out that week. I left everything behind, unable to shake the unease, the constant feeling that whatever had on that road, whatever had followed me home was still there, waiting. I don't know what it was. Some nights I wonder if it was even human. But I do know this. I've never driven alone at night since, and I've never felt the same peace on a quiet road again. There are things out there, moving in the dark, watching, and sometimes they follow you home. Story the end. It began with a move that I thought would be a fresh start. I had left the crowded chaos of Chicago for a small town in rural Ohio, seeking peace, solitude, and a chance to slow down after years of relentless work. The town was quiet, almost too quiet, with long stretches of fields, dense woods, and narrow streets where you could drive for miles without passing another car. I found a small 2-story rental house on the edge of town, perched on a slight hill with dense woods behind it. The house looked ordinary enough during the day, paint peeling on the shutters, a sagging porch, but nothing truly alarming. It was inexpensive, and the landlord promised a peaceful stay. The first week was unremarkable. The house creaked and settled in ways that old houses do. I unpacked, arranged the rooms, and tried to settle into a rhythm, but the quiet began to feel heavy, almost suffocating. On the second night, around 2:30 a.m., I woke to a scratching sound at the front window. It was soft at first, irregular, almost like fingernails dragging lightly over glass. My first thought was a branch, a small animal, anything reasonable. I got out of bed to check and found nothing. No branches against the glass, no animals, no footprints in the thin layer of frost outside. The scratching stopped the moment I opened the window and looked out. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, but the sound persisted over the next few nights, always around the same hour. Soon, it wasn't just scratching. It was footsteps, deliberate, pacing slowly across the wooden floorboards outside my bedroom. I would lie in bed, heart hammering, trying to determine if it was an intruder. The house was isolated, the nearest neighbor nearly a mile away. I considered calling the police, but hesitated, afraid they would find nothing and think me crazy. Then the whispers started. Low, guttural murmurs, almost unintelligible at first, but unmistakably human. And they knew my name. At first, I thought it was the wind moving through the old cracks in the walls, carrying strange sounds, but the whispers were too precise, too deliberate. I began recording the noises on my phone, setting it on my dresser before bed. What I captured confirmed my worst fears. The whispers were calling me, repeating my name, sometimes in short phrases that made my stomach churn. You shouldn't be here. It watches. Stay. Don't leave. After that, I could no longer ignore the escalating phenomena. Objects moved when I wasn't looking. Cups shifted a few inches. Doors that I had locked were found slightly ajar. Furniture subtly rearranged. Shadows appeared in corners, always just out of the direct line of sight, dissolving when I tried to focus on them. The air would grow cold in specific spots, sometimes pressing down on my chest as though something heavy were present. Sleep became nearly impossible. When I did manage a few hours, my dreams were filled with twisted versions of the house. Walls breathing, shadows moving independently, whispering voices calling my name from the hallways. I spoke to neighbors eventually, timidly asking about the house. A few older residents exchanged uneasy glances, muttering about previous tenants who left abruptly, claiming the house was haunted or unsettling. One elderly woman hinted at a family that had vanished from the house decades ago, their youngest child reportedly never found. She quickly changed the subject, but her tone suggested genuine fear. I tried to rationalize it. I wanted it to be my imagination, stress, or perhaps the isolation playing tricks on my mind. But the evidence in the recordings was undeniable. The first real confrontation came one night when I woke to a feeling of suffocating weight on my chest. The clock read 2:45 a.m., consistent with the previous activity. I could hear the slow, deliberate footsteps pacing outside my bedroom. The whispers were louder, more urgent, almost insistent. "You cannot leave. It watches, it knows." My entire body froze, paralyzed with fear. I tried to reach for my phone, but it slipped from my trembling hands. Then I saw it. A tall, shadowy figure at the corner of my bed, featureless, with hollow, black voids where eyes should have been. It didn't move at first, just observed, and the weight on my chest intensified. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. The figure remained until dawn. When I finally found the courage to sit up, it had vanished, leaving only the oppressive cold lingering in the room. That morning, I packed a small bag, unsure of where to go, but knowing I couldn't stay. I stayed with a friend in town temporarily, but the effects of that night followed me. Shadows appeared in peripheral vision, whispers echoed in my dreams, faint but unmistakable. The fear was no longer tied to the house. It had embedded itself into my perception, persistent and invasive. I researched the history of the house obsessively. Public records revealed it had been built in the 1930s by a reclusive man rumored to be involved in occult practices. Stories circulated in the town of strange lights, noises, and rituals performed on the property. Tenants who had left suddenly often reported similar experiences: whispers at night, footsteps, shadows, and objects moving on their own. Some disappeared under mysterious circumstances, and local folklore suggested the house trapped those who stayed too long, feeding on fear, memory, and attention. Even after relocating to a city hundreds of miles away, the experiences persisted. I continued to hear whispers at night, shadows flickering at the edges of my vision, and dreams that replayed the same terrifying patterns. The recordings I had made of the house contained not only my voice being called, but faint, distorted voices of previous tenants, trapped within the sound like a chorus of fear. I realized then that whatever occupied the house was patient, deliberate, and relentless. It didn't just haunt a location. It tracked. It remembered. It waited. I became hypervigilant, checking doors, windows, and dark corners even in well-lit places. Sleep remained elusive. Every quiet moment, every shadow, every unusual sound made my pulse spike. Friends began to notice my anxiety, my jumpiness, my obsession with avoiding certain streets, neighborhoods, and old houses. No explanation satisfied them. They saw only what they wanted. A rational explanation, a person under stress, but I knew better. I had lived it. I had felt the presence pressing against my chest, heard my name whispered in guttural tones, and seen the shadow in the corner of my bedroom. I knew it was not human. Over time, I realized the most terrifying aspect wasn't just the phenomena themselves, but the patience of the entity. The fact that it could wait, could manipulate my environment and my perception without immediate confrontation, made it almost impossible to feel safe anywhere. It followed, in dreams, in moments of stillness, in peripheral vision. It was patient, waiting for fear to manifest fully, feeding on it slowly, deliberately. The ordinary world, once a place of safety, had become suspect. I see shadows out of the corner of my eye, hear whispers in quiet rooms, and feel the weight of unseen observation even in crowded areas. The recordings, though horrific, serve as proof of what I cannot otherwise explain to anyone. They whisper my name, call out fragmented phrases, and echo the voices of those who came before me. I have tried to move on, to bury the memories, but the fear has become a permanent part of me. I lie awake at night, listening for the faintest sound, checking corners for shadows that should not be there. I know it waits, patient and deliberate, unrelenting, and that some nights, if I am not careful, it will return to remind me of its presence. Fear, I have learned, is not just a feeling. It can be a living thing, persistent, aware, and eternal. Even now I hear it. Faint whispers, footsteps where no one should be, shadows that shift independently of light. I live cautiously hyper-aware, knowing that the ordinary world is a thin veil over something far older, far darker, and far more patient than I could ever imagine. And I know, deep down, that it has not forgotten me, that it is still out there, waiting, always patient, always deliberate, always watching. Story the end. It was a late October night in upstate New York, a night so quiet that even the wind seemed hesitant to move. I had been driving back from a friend's house in the Catskills, a 3-hour trip that usually felt relaxing, but this night was different. The sky was heavy with clouds, and patches of fog had begun forming along the empty 2-lane road. There weren't many cars, and the streetlights were few and far between, leaving long stretches of darkness. I remember the first uneasy feeling came when I passed an old farmhouse on the right, one I'd passed countless times before. It was dilapidated, boarded-up windows, rotting wood, and a sagging porch. Yet something about it felt alive. There was a figure standing in the yard near the tree line, and I could swear it turned to watch me as I drove past. I slowed instinctively, peering through the fog. The figure was tall, thin, and unnaturally still. Its head moved just slightly, enough to confirm it had been looking at me, and then it vanished behind the trees as I sped past. I tried to dismiss it as a trick of the fog or my imagination, but the feeling lingered. My hands gripped the steering wheel tighter, and the emptiness of the road amplified every creak of my tires. About 15 miles down, I noticed movement on the shoulder of the road, another figure walking slowly, matching my speed. I blinked. It wasn't possible. I was alone, the road deserted. Yet there it was, barely visible through the mist, featureless, like a shadow given form. I sped up, heart hammering, and it kept pace. Panic set in. I had no cell phone signal, and my car's engine seemed to struggle, almost stalling in protest as if the night itself was pressing against me. I reached a bend and lost sight of it for a moment, but then it appeared again on the edge of the road, still moving, still watching. My stomach sank. I'd read stories about people driving on lonely roads late at night, disappearing, never to be found. The warnings in the back of my mind felt real now. I finally reached the small town of Liberty. The streetlights there were faint but welcome. I parked at a 24-hour diner, hands shaking, and told the waitress about what I'd seen. She frowned, then leaned closer. "You're lucky you made it in one piece," she said quietly. "That road, people call it the Watcher's Stretch. There have been disappearances, sightings, things no one can explain. If you ever have to drive through there at night, don't stop, don't slow down, and whatever you do, don't look back." Her words chilled me, but I tried to shake them off. I slept in the diner's booth until sunrise, convinced that daylight would erase the terror of the night. But the unease followed me like a shadow, stubborn and cold. Weeks later, I rented a cabin in the Adirondacks for a weekend getaway, hoping the isolation would give me peace. It was a small, rustic cabin, surrounded by woods and sitting beside a frozen lake. The first night was silent, almost serene, and I drifted to sleep easily. But around 2 a.m., I woke to scratching noises on the window. I froze. The snow outside reflected the moonlight, and I could see my own breath. Slowly, I got up, flashlight in hand, and approached the window. Nothing. Just snow and trees. But when I turned, I saw faint footprints leading around the side of the cabin, then stopping abruptly. There were no doors or paths there, just thick woods. I tried to rationalize it, maybe an animal, maybe the wind, but the scratching returned, louder, more deliberate, and then a whisper. My name, soft but unmistakable, carried through the cabin, coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. "Leave now." Heart racing, I bolted outside, circling the cabin to the front door. Everything was empty. The snow had no new footprints except my own. The wind picked up, howling through the trees, carrying voices that weren't human, sounds that didn't belong to this world. I spent the rest of the night in my car, parked near the lake, doors locked, listening to the trees sway and the whispering wind. The next morning, I went back into the cabin, and that's when I noticed it. The walls inside had scratches, deep and jagged, etched in patterns I couldn't decipher. It was fresh, the wood splintered, and the smell of damp earth lingered strongly in the air. My hands shook as I took pictures, hoping to prove to myself that what I saw wasn't a hallucination. Over the next 2 days, things escalated. Doors that I had locked were found open. Items I had placed on shelves or tables were moved, sometimes to impossible locations. I heard footsteps pacing above me, even though there was no second floor. At night, the whispers returned, clearer, forming words and phrases I couldn't understand, chanting my name, sometimes laughing, sometimes pleading. By the final night, the terror was almost unbearable. I lay awake in bed, listening to the noises intensify. scratching along the walls, low humming, whispers that seemed to come from inside my head. At one point, I sat up, convinced I saw a shadow moving across the room, tall and thin, stretching impossibly high into the ceiling. My instincts screamed at me to run, but the air itself felt heavy, pressing against me, trapping me. At 3:17 a.m., I heard a knock on the cabin door. Slow, deliberate, impossible to ignore. I froze, frozen with dread, flashlight trembling in my hands. The knocking continued, moving rhythmically like a heartbeat, and then it stopped. Silence. I waited, breath caught in my throat, eyes fixed on the door. And then the whisper, "You cannot leave." I didn't sleep for the remainder of the night. At dawn, I packed everything, leaving behind my belongings and the cabin itself. The scratches were still visible on the walls as I left, the air thick with the smell of damp earth and smoke. Driving back down the winding road, I could feel eyes on me, shadows lurking just beyond the tree line, stalking my every turn. Years have passed, but I never returned to the Adirondacks. I avoid remote cabins, long stretches of rural road, and even forests after dark. But the memories remain vivid, etched into my mind with the sharp clarity of fear. Sometimes when the wind is right, I swear I hear whispering in my own apartment, soft and guttural, calling my name. Shadows in corners seem to shift when I'm not looking, and objects occasionally move, just enough to make me question my memory. I've read stories of others who encountered similar presences. Shadows that stalk, whispers in the dark, footsteps that cannot be explained, scratches appearing overnight. Some people say these are spirits, entities that are tethered to certain places, waiting, watching. Others claim it's madness, the mind breaking under isolation and fear. But I know what I felt, what I experienced, and I know it was real. One night, driving through a quiet stretch of highway in upstate New York, the wind whispering through the trees, I saw it again. A figure at the edge of the road, tall, thin, impossibly still, watching. My heart froze. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe for what felt like an eternity. Then, as I blinked, it vanished. But the feeling lingered. The certainty that I was being watched, stalked, hunted by something patient, something relentless. I've accepted that some things cannot be outrun, that some presences are patient, observing, waiting for the moment you are most vulnerable. I live my life cautiously now, avoiding isolation, avoiding long drives at night, avoiding the forests and back roads that once seemed so inviting. But even here, in the comfort of my apartment, I feel it. A presence at the edge of perception, patient, silent, relentless, watching, waiting. And I know that one day, if I'm not careful, it will find me completely, leaving no escape, no warning. All the warnings, all the signs, all the whispers in the night, they were real. And I can't undo what I've seen, what I've felt, what followed me from those roads, from that cabin, from the shadows themselves. Story the end. It started on a late September night in upstate New York, in a small town so quiet it felt almost frozen in time. I had recently moved into an old 3-story Victorian house that had been abandoned for years, a place I had found through an online listing promising cheap rent and lots of character. At first, the charm of the creaky wooden floors, high ceilings, and antique moldings drew me in, and I told myself that the occasional chill in the air and the groans of the old structure were nothing more than age and weather. The first night, I slept poorly. The house seemed alive with subtle sounds, a soft tapping against a window, the gentle sway of the chandelier overhead, a floorboard groaning as if someone had stepped on it just beyond my sight. I chalked it up to nerves and the unfamiliarity of the house. But as the nights passed, the noises intensified. Doors I was certain I had locked would be slightly ajar when I checked them. Sometimes it felt like the walls themselves were breathing, exhaling cold, damp air that settled across my shoulders. One night, I woke around 2:30 a.m. to the sound of whispers. They were faint, indistinct, almost too soft to catch. At first, I convinced myself it was a dream, but the voice persisted, murmuring in a tone that was unmistakably human, though I couldn't make out the words. I swung my legs out of bed, heart hammering, and flicked on the lamp. The room was empty, but the whispers didn't stop. They seemed to move closer, sliding through the walls and across the floorboards. My eyes darted around, scanning every corner, but the room was exactly as I had left it. I tried to breathe normally, tried to ground myself, but the unease settled in deep. The next day, I found something strange. In the kitchen, A small stack of papers I had left neatly on the counter had been rearranged. Not scattered, but aligned differently, as if someone had meticulously moved them while I slept. I stared at it for a long time, feeling the hair on my arms prickle. There was no sign of forced entry, nothing that suggested a person had been there, just the subtle impression that someone, or something, had been observing me. Over the following week, I noticed more unsettling details. Mirrors reflected shadows that weren't mine. When I passed a mirror quickly, I sometimes caught glimpses of shapes standing behind me, but whenever I turned, nothing was there. The floorboards upstairs would creak in patterns that suggested someone pacing, moving back and forth, yet the house was empty. The sensation of being watched became overwhelming. I stopped leaving lights off at night, leaving every lamp in the house on, hoping illumination would keep whatever it was at bay. Then came the night of the footsteps. I was in the living room reading on the couch when I heard slow, deliberate steps climbing the staircase. My stomach dropped and I froze. The steps didn't match the rhythm of the house settling. They were deliberate, methodical, each step heavier than the last. They stopped just outside my bedroom door. I didn't move. I couldn't. Then came a knock. Not one, not two, but three slow, heavy knocks. My throat went dry. The lamp flickered. I wanted to call out, to demand whoever was there leave, but my voice refused to obey me. I stayed in that position until dawn. When I finally mustered the courage to open the door, the hallway was empty. But the unease didn't dissipate. The mud tracks on the wooden floor suggested someone had walked across the house, though no one had been there. I started keeping a journal, documenting every sound, every shadow, every inexplicable movement. On the third day, I woke to the sound of laughter, not human, not warm, but chilling and dry, echoing from the walls themselves. I went downstairs to find the living room empty, yet every piece of furniture slightly shifted, as if some invisible force had rearranged them in a mocking game. The most terrifying moments were those when I felt a presence beside me. I would be sitting on the couch or standing at the sink, and the air would grow cold and heavy. I would sense someone leaning close, feeling their weight even though no one was there. Whispers would brush against my ear, words that sounded urgent, pleading, and sometimes threatening. Sleep became impossible. I would lie awake, staring at the ceiling, listening to the house breathe around me. Sometimes I thought I saw faces peering from the shadows, partial glimpses, fleeting and impossible to confirm. The house seemed to warp at night. Hallways stretched longer than they should, rooms felt larger or smaller depending on where I stood, doors led to places I didn't remember. One night, the intensity escalated. A storm had rolled in, rain hammering the roof and wind rattling the windows. I was in my bedroom when I heard a loud bang from the living room. My pulse shot through the roof. I crept down the staircase, gripping a kitchen knife I had taken from the drawer. The living room was empty, but the chandelier swayed violently, swinging as if struck by an invisible hand. I noticed that the newspapers on the floor were arranged in a strange pattern, letters scratched into them forming words I couldn't understand. As I studied the papers, a whispering filled the room, louder than ever, voices overlapping in a chaotic chorus. Leave, leave, come, join us. I dropped the knife, stumbling backward. The air grew colder, denser, pressing against my chest. I could feel a presence behind me, exhaling cold air on my neck, breathing heavy and wet. I ran back upstairs, locked the door, and sank to the floor, shaking uncontrollably. The whispers continued, seeping through the cracks in the door, wrapping around me, suffocating me with every word. Days turned into weeks. I lost track of time. I didn't eat much. I didn't leave the house except when absolutely necessary. Every trip to the store or gas station left me with the sense that I was being followed, watched. People would glance at me strangely, eyes full of fear or pity. Sometimes I swore I saw figures lurking at the edges of the woods, just beyond the line of sight. Then came the night I saw it. I had woken in the middle of the night to the sound of creaking upstairs. I grabbed a flashlight and climbed the stairs slowly. The air was thick, and the shadows seemed to twitch as I moved. At the top of the staircase, I saw a figure standing in the hallway, tall and dark, its features obscured. I froze, and the figure didn't move, didn't blink. Then it tilted its head as if studying me and slowly began to step toward me. I ran. I didn't look back. down the stairs through the kitchen, and out the front door into the pouring rain. My heart pounded in my chest, and I didn't stop until I reached the main road. I didn't know where I was going, just that I needed to be away from that house, that presence, that impossible weight that had pressed against me night after night. I reported the events to the local sheriff's office, though I wasn't sure what I expected them to do. They listened politely, offered theories about intruders or natural causes, and eventually told me that the house had been vacant for decades, with no record of previous residents or visitors. That didn't explain the footprints, the rearranged objects, the voices, or the shadowy figure I had seen. I never went back. The house still stands, silent and brooding at the end of that empty street. I hear stories from locals about lights flickering in the windows, strange sounds on stormy nights, and figures glimpsed in the upper floors. Some say the house is cursed. Others say it's haunted by the spirits of those who died long ago. I don't know who or what was there that September, but I know the fear was real. The sensation of being watched, of being tested, of something ancient and malevolent marking me as its next victim was real. Years later, I still feel it sometimes. When I close my eyes in the dark, I imagine the weight of that presence behind me, the whispers crawling along the walls, pressing in, waiting. I avoid old houses, places that creak with history, and the forests that brush against the edges of quiet towns. But the memory is lodged deep in my mind. It waits there, patient, a reminder that some places are not meant for the living. Even now, when the wind shifts and the night grows quiet except for the soft rustle of leaves, I hear faint whispers on the edge of hearing. I hear my name, carried by a voice that is not human, not alive, but patient, cold, and eternal. And I remember that night, the oppressive darkness, the figure in the hallway, the house that felt alive and hungry. I will never go back, and yet, sometimes in my sleep, I feel the cold brush of a hand across my shoulder, the soft pressure of something unseen, and the faint chilling echo of those words, "Come, join us." The house waits, the woods wait, and the night waits, patient and eternal. Story the end. It started on a Thursday night, a night that seemed ordinary in every sense, crisp and cold, with the faint scent of decaying leaves carried by the wind. I had recently moved to a small town in rural Vermont, seeking a quieter life after years in Boston. The house I rented was a modest, two-story wooden structure on the outskirts of town, bordered by thick woods that swallowed the evening light. The realtor had assured me it was a peaceful property, perfect for someone looking for solitude. I had ignored the hushed warnings from the locals about the previous occupants leaving abruptly. Old houses make old noises, I told myself. The first few nights passed uneventfully. The house creaked and groaned, the wind rattled the windows, and the occasional night owl or coyote reminded me that I was far from the bustle of the city. But on the third night, I woke around 2:45 a.m. to a faint scratching sound coming from the living room. At first, I thought it was a branch brushing against the window, or perhaps a raccoon trying to get inside. The sound stopped when I got out of bed to investigate, leaving only a residual sense of unease. The fourth night, the scratching returned, accompanied this time by the slow, deliberate thumping of footsteps across the hallway outside my bedroom door. My first instinct was to check locks, but everything was secure. I told myself it was my imagination, a trick of the wind and the old wooden floors. But the steps followed a pattern, back and forth, then stopping as if someone were pacing, listening. Soon after, whispers joined the scratching and footsteps. Low, guttural, almost inhuman at first, they soon became intelligible, calling my name repeatedly. I started recording the sounds on my phone, hoping that playback during the day would offer a rational explanation. It didn't. The whispers were precise, deliberate, almost like someone or something was trying to communicate directly with me. By the end of the first week, my nights were consumed by fear. I began sleeping lightly, waking at the slightest creak or movement. Shadows flickered at the edges of my vision, disappearing when I turned to look. The air in certain rooms would drop in temperature, pressing down on me, making it difficult to breathe. Objects moved without explanation. Cups shifted a few inches. Doors I had locked were ajar. Chairs were slightly turned. The presence was methodical, patient, deliberate. Neighbors were reticent when I asked about the house's history. An older man hinted that previous tenants had left abruptly. sometimes reporting strange occurrences, but offered no details. A woman across the street mentioned a family that had lived there decades ago. Their youngest child reportedly disappeared, and the parents had moved away in the middle of the night, never returning. I tried to dismiss these stories, but the consistency of my experiences made doubt impossible. One night, around 2:50 a.m., I woke to the sound of heavy breathing right beside my bed. My heart stopped. I couldn't move. A shadow appeared in the corner of my room, taller than any human, with empty voids where eyes should have been. I tried to scream, but no sound emerged. The figure remained unmoving, exuding a palpable sense of menace and intent. The whispers grew louder, repeating phrases like, "You can't leave," and "It watches." I felt paralyzed, trapped in a nightmare that bled into reality. The days blurred together. I stopped leaving the house, fearing what might follow me outside. Food deliveries became my lifeline. My phone became a constant recorder, capturing whispers and movement I could no longer ignore. The recordings revealed not only my own voice being called, but faint, distorted voices of previous tenants, trapped in some persistent, malevolent presence. I realized then that the house did not simply haunt. It consumed, absorbed, remembered. I researched the property obsessively. Records revealed that the house had been built in the early 1930s by a recluse known for occult practices. Neighbors spoke of strange rituals, lights, and unexplainable sounds at night. Tenants who had left suddenly often cited similar experiences: whispers, footsteps, shadows, objects moving, and some had vanished entirely. It became clear that the house fed on fear, gathering energy, patience, and intent over decades. One night, I awoke to find the presence more aggressive. Doors slammed without wind, windows rattled violently, and the shadows took on distinct, almost humanoid forms. The whispers became sentences I could understand, chilling in their clarity. "You belong here. You are ours. Fear is sustenance." The figure appeared again at the foot of my bed, taller, more defined, its void-like eyes burning into my mind. I felt a pressure, an oppressive force pressing down, rendering me immobile. Every instinct screamed to run, but my body refused. I stayed in that state for what felt like hours, trapped by the weight of its presence. Eventually, the first light of dawn broke, and the entity dissipated, leaving the house silent, the air heavy but normal in appearance. I packed a bag immediately and left, staying with a friend in town. But the experience followed me. Even away from the house, shadows lingered at the edges of my vision, whispers infiltrated my dreams, and a constant feeling of being watched persisted. Attempts to resume normal life failed. My sleep was fragmented, haunted by nightmares that mirrored the house, twisted corridors, breathing walls, and faceless figures that whispered my name. Everyday sounds triggered panic: floorboards creaking, wind brushing against windows, footsteps in empty hallways. Friends noticed my anxiety and paranoia, but could not comprehend the depth of it. Rational explanations felt hollow, insufficient to counteract the terror that had seeped into my mind and perception. I revisited the recordings repeatedly. Patterns emerged, names of previous tenants interspersed with my own, phrases repeated nightly, a sequence that seemed ritualistic. The house, or whatever had occupied it, was patient and deliberate. It remembered, learned, and fed off fear and attention. It was not confined to the structure. Its influence followed, persistent, relentless, unbound by geography or time. Years later, the memories remain vivid. Shadows still appear in peripheral vision, whispers linger in quiet rooms, and the sensation of being observed never truly dissipates. I live cautiously, hyper-aware, checking corners, locking doors repeatedly, avoiding old houses and isolated properties. Normalcy has become an illusion, thin and fragile, always threatened by the unseen, patient presence that once claimed my nights. Some nights I hear my name whispered softly, unmistakable, from the edges of perception. Footsteps echo where none should exist. Shadows stretch unnaturally, moving against the flow of light. I know now that the ordinary world is a veil, a thin barrier separating us from something older, darker, deliberate, and patient, something that waits, observes, and feeds. And I know that it has not forgotten me. Story the end. It started on a late September evening in northern Pennsylvania, a night so still that the usual sounds of wildlife seemed to have vanished entirely. I had just finished a weekend job at a local convenience store, and was driving home along a stretch of Route 6 that cut through dense forest. The road was barely lit, only the yellow lines reflecting my headlights, and the fog had begun rolling in, thick and low, hugging the trees and the asphalt in a way that made the world outside my car almost disappear. I had driven this road hundreds of times, but this night felt different. Something in the air was off, a heaviness that settled in my chest and refused to leave. About 20 minutes into the drive, I noticed a figure standing at the edge of the road, just beyond the fog. I slowed, squinting through the windshield. The figure was tall, thin, and completely still, facing me directly. At first, I thought it might be a hunter or a lost traveler, but there was something unnatural about the way it stood. Too rigid, too deliberate. As I passed, I glanced in the rearview mirror, and I swear I saw it step aside, disappearing behind the trees as if it had been pulled back by the shadows themselves. Trying to shake off the unease, I sped up. But a few miles later, another figure appeared, this one walking along the shoulder, matching the speed of my car. I blinked, convinced it was fatigue playing tricks on me, but no. Every curve, every stretch of road revealed more shapes, shadows lurking at the edge of the fog, keeping pace, watching. My hands gripped the steering wheel tighter, and the hair on my arms stood on end. I reached a small town, and the presence of streetlights and buildings gave me some relief, but the tension didn't dissipate. I parked at a 24-hour diner, trying to calm my nerves. The waitress listened quietly when I told her about the figures. "That's Stretch," she said quietly. "Folks call it the Watcher's Road. People have seen things there. Figures in the fog, shadows on the trees, people disappearing. Don't slow down if you ever have to drive there at night. Just keep moving." Her words stuck with me, gnawing at my mind. That night I barely slept, haunted by visions of the shadowy figures. My imagination, or whatever had been watching me, making even the mundane sounds of the apartment seem menacing. A few weeks later, I rented a cabin in the Allegheny National Forest for a weekend getaway. It was isolated, rustic, surrounded by thick woods and sitting beside a small frozen lake. The first night was peaceful. I went to bed early, exhausted from the week, but around 2 a.m. I was woken by a scraping sound at the window. My heart froze. I grabbed a flashlight and approached cautiously, shining the beam across the snow-covered yard. Nothing. The trees swayed gently in the wind, but the noise persisted, coming from the window itself. I tried to rationalize it, a branch, maybe a deer, or just the house settling. But then I heard whispering, soft at first, like the wind carrying my name, then louder, almost intelligible. "Leave. Now," it said, dragging the words out, deliberate. My skin crawled, and I backed away, tripping over a rug in my panic. The next morning, I discovered scratches along the walls of the cabin. Deep, jagged, and fresh. They formed patterns that made no sense, almost deliberate, like a warning etched by some unseen hand. I took photos, hoping to convince myself that what I was seeing was real, not hallucination, but no one would believe me. The following night, I stayed awake, sitting in a chair near the fireplace. The whispers returned, now coming from all directions, moving through the cabin like a tangible presence. Shadows flickered against the walls, tall and thin, stretching impossibly high into the ceiling. I could feel a weight in the room, pressing against my chest, making it hard to breathe. Around 3 a.m., a knock sounded at the front door. Slow, deliberate, impossible to ignore. I froze, clutching a chair for protection, my flashlight shaking. The knocking moved rhythmically like a heartbeat, then stopped. Silence, except for the whispering. "You cannot leave." I stayed awake until dawn, clutching my flashlight and the chair, too terrified to sleep. The next morning, I packed up quickly, leaving the cabin behind, including my belongings. The scratches were still there, the air thick with the smell of damp earth and smoke, as if the forest itself had exhaled something malevolent. Driving back along the forest roads, I felt the weight of unseen eyes on me. Shadows lingered just beyond the reach of my headlights, moving subtly, stalking my car. Even when I reached the main highway, the sensation of being followed persisted. Back in my apartment in the city, I tried to resume normal life, but the terror followed me. Shadows in corners, whispers at the edge of hearing, objects shifting slightly when I wasn't looking. Sometimes I would wake to hear faint scratching at the windows or doors. Even in daylight, I felt the presence, patient, observing, relentless. I began to read accounts of similar occurrences, shadows that follow, whispers in the dark, scratches appearing overnight, and people disappearing along isolated roads and forested paths. The similarities were chilling. Each story spoke of patient, deliberate presences, entities tethered to certain places, waiting for those who wandered too far into isolation. Years passed. I never returned to the cabin or the stretch of Route 6. I avoid rural roads at night, isolated buildings, even forests. But sometimes in quiet moments, I swear I hear whispering at the edge of perception. Shadows shift in corners when I'm not looking. Objects move just enough to make me question my memory. And when the wind is right, I feel it. The patient, silent presence, waiting, observing, always watching. I know now that some things cannot be outrun. They are patient, persistent, and relentless. They follow, not bound by place or distance, waiting for the moment when your guard is down. And I know, deep down, that one day it will find me completely, leaving no escape, no warning. Even now, years later, when the night is quiet and the wind blows through the city streets, I feel it, the shadow, the whisper, the presence at the edge of perception, watching, waiting, knowing. And I know that eventually I will no longer be able to ignore it. Story the end. It was a humid September evening in upstate New York. The kind of night where the air feels heavy, almost viscous, pressing down on your chest as you walk. The small town of Millersville had a population barely above 5,000, and most of its residents were older folks who had lived there all their lives. But for me, fresh out of college and seeking something different from the bustle of New York City, it was the perfect escape. I had rented a small, top two-story house on the edge of town, right where the dense woods began to swallow the horizon. The realtor had called it charmingly secluded, but I quickly realized that secluded was one of those words people use when they want to make you forget the potential dangers of living next to an ancient forest. I arrived just before sunset, the sky a bruised shade of orange and purple. The house was a simple colonial with peeling white paint and a porch that creaked like it was groaning under the weight of unseen memories. The realtor handed me the keys, smiling as if to reassure me. "It's quiet," she said. "You'll love the privacy. Just make sure you get the locks checked. The old ones can be tricky." I laughed it off, thinking about horror movies and old houses, but there was something in her voice, just a faint tremor, that stuck with me. The first few nights were uneventful. I unpacked, set up my workspace, and got used to the eerie quiet that settled over the property after sunset. The forest behind the house was dense, a wall of black that seemed almost alive. I could hear the usual nighttime sounds, owls, rustling leaves, distant coyotes, but there was always something else. A soft, intermittent scratching like fingernails against wood that I could never trace. I told myself it was the house settling, or maybe an animal in the walls. About a week in, I started noticing small things. At first, they were subtle. Doors that I was sure I'd closed slightly ajar, objects not quite where I'd left them, a faint scent of smoke when no fire had been lit. One night, around 2 a.m., I woke to the sound of someone breathing in the hallway outside my bedroom. My heart jumped. I live alone, after all, but when I swung the light on, nothing was there. The hallway was empty, silent, except for the hum of the heater. I chalked it up to a bad dream. Then the dreams started. They weren't like normal dreams. They were almost like memories that didn't belong to me. I'd wake up in a cold sweat after seeing the same things over and over. A woman standing at the edge of the woods, her face hidden beneath a wide-brimmed hat. Children laughing, running through the forest, only to disappear into the shadows. A man, gaunt and pale, watching from a distance, never moving closer, just observing. Each dream left a lingering feeling of dread, like I had glimpsed something I was never meant to see. One Friday evening, after a long day of working remotely, I decided to explore the woods behind the house. The trees were thick and the air smelled damp and decayed. As I walked, I found a narrow path, almost hidden beneath overgrown ferns and brambles. I followed it, curiosity pushing me forward, until I reached a small clearing. It was unsettlingly quiet, the kind of silence that makes your ears ring. In the center of the clearing stood an old, weathered swing set, the kind you'd find in a long-abandoned park. Rust had eaten away at the metal, and the swing swayed slightly, even though there was no wind. I froze. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. Something about it felt wrong. As I stepped closer, I noticed markings carved into the wooden beams, initials, dates, and symbols I didn't recognize. Some were fresh. The cuts were shallow but sharp, as if someone had been there recently. I wanted to turn around and leave, but something kept me rooted. That's when I heard it. A whisper, almost too faint to catch. Don't go. I spun around, heart pounding, but there was no one. Just the trees, dark and still. I told myself it was the wind. I didn't stay long after that, retracing my steps back to the house as quickly as possible. That night I barely slept. The dreams came again, more vivid, more urgent. The woman in the hat appeared at the edge of the woods, her face still obscured, but now she was closer. She raised a hand, pointing directly at me. I woke gasping. Over the next few days, things escalated. Objects would move when I wasn't looking, and I started hearing whispers that seemed to come from the walls themselves. One night, I was sitting at my desk, laptop open, when I heard it clearly. A voice, low and hollow, repeating my name over and over. I froze, listening. Michael, Michael. I'm not even sure why I said it aloud, but my voice shook. Who's there? Silence. Then the creak of the bedroom door slowly opening, though I had locked it. I didn't sleep that night. I didn't want to. I stayed in the living room, lights on, listening as the house groaned around me. By morning, I was exhausted and my nerves were frayed. The next evening, I got a call from the realtor, just checking in. I mentioned some of the odd occurrences, hoping she would brush it off as minor house quirks. Instead, her voice went cold. Michael, I should have told you more about the history of that house. There have been reports over the years. People disappearing, strange sightings. It's why the property stays empty for so long between tenants. You should be careful. I felt my stomach drop. Disappearances? What do you mean? I can't go into too much detail over the phone, she said. But if you start hearing things or feeling watched, take it seriously, and don't go into the woods at night. I hung up, shaken. That night, I barricaded the doors as best I could and stayed awake, listening. Around midnight, the whispering returned, louder this time and more insistent. Michael, come outside. Michael. I wanted to scream, but my voice caught in my throat. The whispers seemed to follow me through the house, moving from room to room. I grabbed my phone, ready to call 911, but the signal was dead. Not just weak, completely gone, as if the house itself had swallowed all connection to the outside world. The next morning, I knew I had to leave. I packed my essentials and started the car, but as I drove down the narrow road leading out of the forest, I noticed something chilling. Figures were standing among the trees, just at the edge of the road, watching me. At first, I thought it was my imagination, but there were too many, dozens of them, silent and unmoving. Their faces were pale, almost translucent, their eyes black and empty. I floored the gas pedal and didn't stop until I reached the main highway, leaving Millersville far behind. Months passed, and I tried to move on, but the dreams never stopped. Every few weeks, I'd see her again, the woman in the hat, always pointing, always watching. And sometimes late at night, I'd hear my name whispered, low and hollow, just beyond the edges of my apartment walls, as if the forest had followed me. I never returned to that house. I never wanted to. But every so often, I get calls from old friends who live in the area asking if I've heard about the new tenant. Every time I'm warned, the house is still empty, waiting. And sometimes on the quietest nights when the wind is just right, I can almost hear the whispering again. I tried to rationalize it, to convince myself it was all in my head, but then there's the small things I can't explain. My locks checked and untouched, yet the doors sometimes ajar. Objects I know I placed somewhere, found in different rooms. The faint smell of smoke, like someone had been burning something in the fireplace, even though I hadn't used it. And the dreams. They've become more vivid, more insistent, almost like a warning. One night I woke up drenched in sweat, gasping, and for a moment I could swear I saw the woman in the hat standing at the foot of my bed. She didn't move, didn't speak, just watched. I blinked, and she was gone, leaving only the faint whisper echoing in my ears. I don't know what she wants, or why the house had chosen me, but I've learned to live with the feeling of being watched. Every shadow at the edge of my vision, every flicker of movement in a dark room, I notice. And sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I hear it. The soft, hollow voice calling my name, reminding me that the forest is never far away, and some places, some houses, have a way of following you no matter how far you run. Even now, years later, I avoid the woods. I avoid empty houses. I avoid anything that might give her the chance to find me again. But deep down, I know that one day the whispering will return, and there will be no escaping it. I try to tell myself it's all over, that I got lucky, that the house didn't claim me the way it claimed others before me. But I know better. I know the truth, because the dreams never lie, and neither do the shadows at the edge of the forest. They are patient, relentless, and waiting. And when they come, there will be no one to answer. Story the end. It had been one of those relentless stretches of late summer in rural Pennsylvania, where the air felt thick and sticky even after the sun dipped behind the horizon. I was driving back home from a long shift at the factory, the kind that left your arms trembling and your mind empty, just enough room for every creak and whisper of the night to crawl in. The road was long, winding, and lined with the skeletal remains of trees, their branches reaching over the asphalt like gnarled fingers. Streetlights were sparse, and the ones that did exist flickered intermittently, the kind of erratic buzz that sets your nerves on edge. I had been driving for nearly an hour, my truck's headlights cutting a narrow path through the darkness, when I first noticed it, a lone figure standing at the side of the road, just beyond the reach of the headlights. At first, I thought it might be a stranded driver or a hitchhiker, the kind of thing you see in movies but never expect to encounter on a sleepy back road in the middle of nowhere. My instinct was to slow down, maybe even stop, but there was something about the figure that didn't feel right. It wasn't waving or signaling, it just stood there perfectly still, facing me. The closer I got, the more I realized that there was no movement at all, not even the subtle sway of someone shifting their weight or the lift of a hand. It was like staring at a mannequin in the shadows, except it felt alive. My heart started hammering, a thudding that echoed in my ears louder than the truck's engine. I debated whether to turn around, but the road behind me was just as dark, maybe even darker, and I couldn't see any alternative route. I passed the figure slowly, giving it a wide berth, and as I did, I noticed its face, or rather, the absence of one. I caught a glimpse in the corner of my eye. It was featureless, smooth, pale, like a blank mask. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up and a cold sweat formed along my spine. I dared not look directly, my hands gripping the wheel so tight that my knuckles whitened. By the time I had driven past, it was gone. No trace, no movement, nothing. Just the empty side of the road bathed in yellow light. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was a trick of the shadows or the fatigue talking. But the uneasy feeling clung to me, like a whisper in the dark that I couldn't quite make out. The rest of the drive was uneventful, but sleep eluded me that night. Every creak of the old house, every rustle outside made me jump. I eventually fell into a restless doze, only to be woken by the sound of knocking. It was soft at first, almost tentative, like someone testing the door. I lived alone, so I knew it couldn't be a neighbor. Our closest neighbor was at least half a mile away. I froze, straining to hear. The knocking grew louder, more insistent, as though someone or something was deliberately trying to rattle me awake. I grabbed the baseball bat I kept by the bed and tiptoed to the window. The porch was empty. The knocking stopped abruptly. That's when I noticed it, a shadow slipping across the lawn, elongated and distorted, moving in ways that no human could. I tried to convince myself it was a trick of the light, maybe a tree branch or an animal, but the shape didn't match anything natural. It was tall, impossibly thin, and moved with a fluid, almost gliding motion. I wanted to call the police, but my phone had no signal, dead zones being common in that part of the county. I couldn't see it clearly, but I knew it was watching. The next few days were a blur of exhaustion and paranoia. I started noticing little things, doors left open that I was sure I had locked, objects slightly moved, a feeling of being watched even in broad daylight. My friends told me it was stress, that I was imagining things, but I couldn't shake the sensation that something had marked me, followed me home from that road. Then came the dreams. They started small, fragments at first. Shadows in my room, whispers I couldn't understand, glimpses of that featureless face in the corner of the ceiling. But they grew more vivid, more invasive. I would wake up in the middle of the night drenched in sweat, the air thick and suffocating, the sound of soft, deliberate steps pacing just outside my bedroom door. I could hear my own heartbeat, hammering so loud it drowned everything else, yet the steps were steady, calm, deliberate, confident in a way that terrified me. One night, I woke up to the sound of breathing. It wasn't human, or at least not like any breathing I had ever heard. Deep, wet, and uneven, coming from the corner of my room. I didn't move. I couldn't. My eyes darted toward the shadow that pooled there, thicker than darkness itself, and then I saw it. That faceless figure, taller than any man should be, standing over me. It didn't speak, didn't move, just stood. My body was frozen, every instinct screaming at me to run, but I couldn't. Time itself seemed to slow, the second hand of the clock stretching into eternity. Then it leaned forward, and I felt the pressure of its gaze, though I couldn't see eyes, only the void where a face should have been. I blacked out. When I woke, it was morning, sunlight streaming in like a lie. My room was empty, everything in place except for a single note on my bedside table, scrawled in a handwriting that wasn't mine. You saw me. I saw you. I thought about moving, selling the house, leaving town, anything to escape. But every time I tried to pack, every time I made plans, something stopped me. A shadow on the wall when I turned my back, a figure in the corner of my eye, the whispering that grew louder at night. It felt like it was testing me, measuring me, ensuring I couldn't leave. Weeks passed. I started documenting everything, trying to make sense of it. Photographs of empty hallways that revealed vague, human-shaped distortions when developed. Recordings of my own voice at night responding to whispers I couldn't hear. Objects rearranged in patterns I couldn't understand. And then the sightings escalated, not just in my house, but outside. Walking down the street, I would see it at a distance, standing perfectly still, watching. No face, no features, just that impossibly tall figure, motionless, waiting. One evening, desperate and terrified, I decided to confront it. I drove back to the stretch of road where I first saw it, my hands gripping the wheel as if my life depended on it. The night was quiet, almost unnaturally so. The moon was hidden behind clouds, leaving the world in an oppressive darkness. I slowed down to the spot where it had stood months before, heart hammering, muscles tense. Nothing. The road was empty. Relief flooded me, but it was short-lived. As I turned to leave, I saw it in the rearview mirror. Not in the distance, not at the roadside, but in the back of my truck, standing silently in the bed of the vehicle, taller than the cab itself. I slammed on the brakes, throwing the truck into a skid that nearly sent me into the ditch. My eyes locked on it, frozen in disbelief. It didn't move, didn't blink, didn't make a sound, yet it radiated a presence that felt crushing. I ran. I didn't stop driving until the sun rose, until I crossed into a more populated area where I felt less alone. I called my parents, told them I needed to stay with them for a while. Anything to be away from that road, that house, that presence. They didn't understand, thought I was burned out or losing my mind. Maybe I was. But the thing is, no matter how far I went, how many towns I passed through, how many highways I crossed, I still saw it sometimes. A shadow slipping across a lawn, a faceless figure in the fog, a tall silhouette on a lonely road. It didn't matter if it was 100 miles away from where it first appeared. It found me. Always watching, always waiting, always just beyond the reach of reason. I have tried every rational explanation, fatigue, hallucination, stress-induced psychosis, but none of them explain the photographs, the recordings, the note, the times when I woke up to find footprints in my carpet that didn't belong to me. None of them explain the dread that grips me even in daylight, when everything seems normal. It's always there, a silent presence at the edge of my perception, a cold weight pressing against the corners of my mind. I don't know what it wants, or why it chose me, or how long it will follow. I only know that I can feel it now, even as I sit in a crowded coffee shop in the middle of the city. There's a shadow at the window, shifting in ways shadows shouldn't. I know it sees me. I know it waits, and deep down, I know it always will. I have learned to live with it, though some nights when the wind howls and the trees groan, I feel its presence closer than ever. In those nights, when I close my eyes, I swear I can hear the soft, deliberate steps of something tall and faceless pacing just behind me, waiting for the moment I slip, the moment I falter, the moment I become truly alone. And in those nights, I remember the first time I saw it on that lonely back road, and I understand. I will never escape. Not really, not ever. Story the end. It started with a phone call that I wish I had ignored. I had just gotten home from work, a late shift at a hospital in a small town in Pennsylvania. The rain had been coming down in heavy sheets all evening. turning the streets into slick rivers of reflected streetlights. My apartment was on the second floor of an old building on the edge of town, the kind of place where the stairs creak and the wooden floors groan, even when the wind isn't blowing. I had been alone all day, and by the time I walked in, I was already exhausted, soaked from the rain, and looking forward to nothing more than a warm shower and my bed. My phone rang as I was hanging up my coat. The display showed unknown number, and I hesitated. Most of the time, calls from numbers I didn't recognize were telemarketers or wrong numbers, but something in the way the phone vibrated against the hardwood floor made my chest tighten. I answered. Hello? My voice sounded smaller than I expected, almost swallowed by the sound of the rain against the window. There was silence on the other end, just static, a faint rasp like someone breathing through wet cloth. Hello, I said again, a little louder. A voice finally came through, low and slow, dragging the words out. I can see you. I laughed nervously, trying to pass it off. Okay. Who is this? The line went dead. I set the phone down and tried to shake off the unease. It was probably a prank, I told myself, but when I sat down on the couch, I couldn't stop thinking about it. The air in the apartment felt heavier somehow, like it had thickened with the storm outside. My mind kept racing, imagining shadows moving in the corners of my eyes. I closed the blinds, locked the door, and tried to get some normalcy back by turning on the TV, but the screen just displayed static. Not even a channel signal, just static. I finally gave up and decided to take a shower. The warm water helped a little, but even as I washed, I kept thinking about the voice. There was something about it, the way it carried an intention that made my skin crawl. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, but when I got out and wrapped myself in a towel, I noticed something on the bathroom mirror. A message, written in the condensation from the shower, "Don't turn around." I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. My towel slipped from my shoulders. I couldn't move. The writing was there, clear and deliberate, as though someone had been in the room while I showered. I told myself it was impossible. I live alone. There's no one here. It had to be the steam forming words randomly, some trick of my mind. But the feeling that I wasn't alone didn't go away. I left the bathroom, wrapped in a robe, and checked every room, every closet, under the bed, behind the furniture. Nothing. I tried calling my friend, anyone who might answer, but the phone rang endlessly and went straight to voicemail. My internet was down. Even with the storm, this was unusual. I went to the kitchen for a drink, trying to calm myself. As I reached for a glass, I heard it, a soft, scraping sound coming from the living room. My blood ran cold. I told myself it was just the rain hitting the window or maybe a branch brushing against the building. But the sound came again, clearer this time, like nails scraping across wood. I grabbed a flashlight from the drawer and slowly moved toward the living room. My hand was shaking so badly that I almost dropped it. The light cut through the darkness, illuminating the room, but it showed nothing. No one. Just the couch, the coffee table, the rug that I had vacuumed only this morning. The air felt cold, unnatural. I could see my breath. Then I heard the whisper, just one word. Look. I spun around, trying to find the source. Nothing. My heart was racing, my legs shaking. I stumbled back toward the hallway, trying to get to my bedroom, but the hallway seemed longer than usual. The shadows stretched, reaching for me, crawling along the walls. I reached the bedroom door and slammed it shut, locking it. I sat on the edge of the bed, clutching the blanket, trying to tell myself I was imagining things. But then I heard the tapping, slow, deliberate, on the window. I forced myself to look. Outside, in the darkness, I saw a figure standing in the rain. Soaked, featureless, just black outline against the storm. Its head tilted unnaturally to the side. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. The figure stood there watching, and then as suddenly as it appeared, it was gone. I spent the next few hours in the bedroom, lights on, door locked, trying to convince myself I was safe. I called my neighbor finally, but there was no answer. I texted my roommate, Ike, who was supposed to be out of town. No reply. It felt like I was completely cut off. As the night deepened, the storm outside intensified. The wind howled, rain pelted the roof, and every creak of the old building sounded amplified. I couldn't sleep. Every shadow seemed alive. Every gust of wind sounded like footsteps approaching. Around 2 a.m. I heard it, the floorboards outside my bedroom door creaking. Slow, careful, deliberate. not like someone walking normally, someone trying to sneak, but impossible to hide. I wanted to call out, to scream, but my throat was dry, my voice frozen. The handle of the door rattled. I could hear it turning, but the lock held. I stayed like that for what felt like hours, waiting for it to stop, for some sign that it had gone. But then the whisper came again, right outside my door. Open. I wanted to obey and run, to hide, to do anything but stay. But I couldn't. Something inside me refused to move, paralyzed by fear. The door handle rattled again, harder this time, and then a slow, deliberate scratching, as if claws were dragging across the wood. I pressed my body against the far wall, shaking uncontrollably. I couldn't see who or what was there, only that it was moving, only that it was patient. Then the sound stopped. Silence. Absolute silence. I waited for what felt like eternity. Then a soft, wet, dragging sound started coming from the other side of the room, across the floor, slowly approaching, and then it stopped again right in front of the closet door. I held my breath, eyes wide. The closet door creaked open just a fraction, and I saw it. A pair of eyes. Not human, not fully. They glowed faintly, yellow, in the darkness, watching, waiting. I screamed and threw the blanket over myself, backing into the far corner. The eyes stayed there unblinking. Then slowly, the closet door closed, and the eyes vanished. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I stayed in the corner, shaking until the first light of dawn crept through the blinds. I wanted to call someone, anyone, but my phone was dead. No service, no electricity. I opened the blinds finally, half expecting to see the figure outside. Nothing, just the wet street, empty and calm as if nothing had happened. I tried to leave that apartment the next morning. Every step toward the door felt heavier than the last, but when I opened it, the hallway was empty. The building was quiet. Nothing seemed out of place. I thought maybe it was finally over, but when I reached the bottom of the stairs, the front door to the building was wide open. I live alone. I always lock the front door. I ran outside. No one was there, only the rain still falling in heavy sheets. I looked back at the building. Nothing. I ran to my car, got in, and drove away without looking back. The strange things didn't stop after I left. The phone calls from unknown numbers continued, always just heavy breathing, always just whispers. I would see figures at the edge of my vision when I was alone, sometimes standing in the doorway, sometimes in the reflection of a mirror, always watching, always patient. I moved, twice, trying to escape it, but the feeling of being followed never went away. I've learned not to look out the windows at night, not to answer the phone, not to check the closets, but sometimes, when I'm alone, I hear the dragging, soft and wet, moving across the floor behind me. And I know they're still there, waiting, watching. I don't know what it wants. I don't know if it will ever stop. All I know is that the moment you think you're safe, the moment you let your guard down, it finds you. The storm never ends, the shadows never leave, and the whisper is always there, patient, reminding you, controlling you, waiting. I've accepted that I will never be free of it. It doesn't matter where I go, what I do, how many doors I lock or walls I build, it waits and it watches. And sometimes when the night is quiet and the rain falls, I can hear it whispering just outside, calling me back, telling me it's still there. I live in fear now, not of dying, not of the dark, but of being alone. Because alone is when it comes. Alone is when it waits. Alone is when it whispers your name and you realize there is no escape. Story the end. It was the kind of night that felt heavier than usual, like the air itself was holding its breath, waiting for something unseen to happen. I had been driving for hours along a desolate stretch of Route 67, the two-lane highway winding through endless swaths of forest that seemed to press in from both sides. The rain had started around dusk, light at first, just a drizzle that made the asphalt shine under the dim glow of my headlights. By the time it was fully dark, the rain had turned into a steady downpour, drumming against the roof of my old Ford like a persistent warning. I had taken this route countless times, but something about tonight felt different, as if the road itself was watching me. I was alone, or so I thought. I had left the city after a late shift at the hospital, the kind of shift where you end up feeling more tired than you thought possible, and where the things you see during the day cling to you in the quiet night. The patient files, the hollow stares, the soft groans from the recovery room, they were still with me. I had hoped the drive would clear my head. I had a thermos of coffee, my phone fully charged, and a playlist of soft jazz to drown out the monotony. But as the rain fell harder and the road stretched on, I noticed that even my music seemed muffled, swallowed by the pounding rain and the thick darkness. Somewhere near mile marker 112, my headlights caught a figure standing by the side of the road. I slammed on the brakes instinctively, my heart jumping. At first, I thought it was a hitchhiker, but the closer I got, the more the figure seemed wrong. It wasn't moving like a person. Its posture was rigid, unnaturally stiff, and it wore a long, dark coat that stuck to its frame from the rain. I didn't recognize any features. It was as if its head and face had been smudged away. I slowed to a crawl, gripping the steering wheel tighter. The figure didn't step back, didn't wave. It just stood there, perfectly still. My mind raced. Maybe it was a trick of the shadows, or maybe I was just tired. But the way it stared, or at least seemed to stare, made me shiver. I passed it cautiously, giving it a wide berth, and immediately something felt wrong. The hair on my neck stood up. I glanced in my rearview mirror, and for a fleeting second, I swore I saw the figure in my back seat. My pulse quickened. I slammed my foot on the accelerator, determined to put some distance between me and whatever that had been. The rain came down harder, the wipers flailing uselessly against the deluge. I tried to focus on the road, but the trees seemed to press in tighter, their branches clawing at the edges of the headlights. Then I saw it again. Not behind me, but reflected in the puddles on the road. Its figure, so tall and dark, moved alongside my car in impossible ways, appearing and disappearing in a rhythm that made my stomach twist. I reached for my phone to call someone, anyone, but the screen was dead. No signal, just static, like the universe itself was shutting me out. The radio flickered in protest, finally settling on a station that only emitted faint, distorted static interspersed with what sounded like whispers. I tried to ignore it, but the whispers grew louder, more distinct. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone was urgent, almost pleading. I found myself muttering under my breath, trying to tell myself I was imagining it. Yet every time I glanced at the back seat or the mirrors, I felt the presence of someone, or something, just behind me, breathing, waiting. By the time I reached the small town of Hollow Creek, the road had turned into a narrow, twisting path lined with thick fog that hung low over the ground. My headlights barely penetrated the haze. I slowed, scanning for the familiar welcome of streetlights or any sign of life. Hollow Creek was supposed to be a sleepy town, quiet and unassuming. But tonight it felt abandoned, more like a ghost town. The few houses I passed were dark, their windows shuttered, no movement, no sound. I thought about turning around, heading back the way I came, but the fog swallowed everything behind me too. There was no going back. I found myself driving past an old diner, its neon sign flickering weakly in the mist. Ray's Diner, open 24 hours. The red letters buzzed intermittently, casting a shaky glow on the wet asphalt. Desperate for some human contact, I pulled into the nearly empty parking lot. The door creaked ominously as I pushed it open. The smell hit me immediately, a mixture of stale coffee, burnt grease, and something metallic underneath, like blood or iron. A bell rang as I entered, echoing unnaturally in the vast emptiness. There was no one behind the counter, no waitress, no patrons, just silence. I tried calling out, "Hello, is anyone here?" But my voice sounded small, swallowed by the diner's eerie quiet. I walked toward the counter, my shoes squeaking on the linoleum. That's when I saw it, the back of a man hunched over in a booth near the far window. At first, I thought he was asleep, but as I got closer, I realized his posture was wrong, too stiff, too deliberate. I cleared my throat, but he didn't move. The deeper I walked, the more I felt my stomach knot. Then the whispering started again, quiet, almost imperceptible at first, coming from nowhere and everywhere all at once. I froze, my eyes locked on the man. He turned slowly, unnaturally, so that his head swiveled like a predator, facing me without showing his face. There was nothing where his face should have been, just smooth, featureless skin that glistened wetly under the diner's dim lights. I stumbled backward, knocking a chair over. The sound seemed to awaken something. The whispers grew louder, almost frantic, filling every corner of the room. I ran. I bolted out of the diner, slipping on the wet pavement. I didn't stop until I was back in my car, heart hammering, hands shaking. I locked the doors and started the engine, trying to convince myself it was just exhaustion, a hallucination brought on by stress and rain. But as I drove back onto Route 67, I realized the fog had thickened, the headlights cutting through only a few feet ahead. Then I saw it. Not on the road, not to the side, but floating slightly above it. The figure from earlier, taller than any human, featureless, dripping wet as if it had emerged from the fog itself. It hovered for a second, then darted to the side, moving impossibly fast. My car fishtailed as I swerved, barely keeping control. The radio flared to life, shrieking, and I slammed it off, my ears ringing. Hours seemed to pass in a blur of wet asphalt, fog, and relentless fear. I couldn't escape it. No matter how fast I drove, no matter which turn I took, the figure or figures appeared, sometimes in front of me, sometimes reflected in the side mirrors, sometimes in puddles on the road. They never made a sound, but the whispers never stopped, soft at first, then rising to a maddening crescendo. My coffee spilled in my lap, scalding my skin, but I didn't dare slow down. The headlights caught glimpses of them, tall, impossibly thin, faceless, moving in ways that defied logic. My rational mind screamed that this was impossible, but everything about the night told me otherwise. At some point, I realized I had left the highway entirely. I was on a dirt road, barely passable, surrounded by thick forest. The rain had stopped, but the fog remained, dense and suffocating. My headlights flickered. And then I saw the house. Not a cabin, not a farmhouse, something bigger, looming out of the fog. Windows stared back at me like empty eyes. The porch sagged under the weight of something I couldn't identify. I tried to drive past it, but the road ended abruptly, dropping off into darkness. My only option was to stop in front of the house. The air changed immediately. Cold, heavy, smelling of damp earth and something else. Rot, decay, old wood. I sat in the car, too terrified to move. The whispers were gone, replaced by a low, rhythmic creaking, like the house itself was breathing. I considered running, leaving the car behind, but something made me stay. A figure appeared in one of the windows. At first, I thought it was a reflection, but then it moved, slowly, deliberately. It raised a hand, pointing at me, and that's when I noticed. All the windows had figures, dozens of them, faceless, standing motionless, staring at me. My blood ran cold. I locked the doors, but the sense of being watched, hunted, was overwhelming. Hours, or maybe minutes, passed. I don't know how long I sat there, paralyzed by fear, when suddenly the front door of the house opened. A figure stepped out, slow, deliberate, its head tilted unnaturally. It moved toward me, and as it did, more figures emerged from the shadows, from the fog, from the forest itself surrounding the car. I tried to start the engine, but it wouldn't turn over. I tried to open the doors, but they were stuck, as if the car had been welded shut. The figures moved closer, and I realized with a sinking dread that they weren't walking. They were gliding, silent, smooth, like smoke given form. One reached my window, pressing a featureless face to the glass. I screamed, pounding on the door, begging, pleading, and then everything went silent. I woke up on the side of the road hours later, my car still intact, but empty. The fog was gone, the forest silent. The rain had returned in a light drizzle. I had no memory of how I got there, no sign of the house or the figures. But the smell lingered, the metallic tang of iron, like blood mixed with wet earth. My phone had full signal again, but I couldn't call anyone. I drove home, barely noticing the road, my mind replaying the night over and over. I tried to rationalize it. Exhaustion, stress, hallucinations. But sometimes when the rain taps against my window, I swear I hear the whispers, soft and urgent, calling my name. And sometimes in the reflection of the car's rearview mirror, I see them, tall, faceless, watching, waiting. Always waiting. The next morning, I called the local sheriff to report my experience. The officer listened politely but said Hollow Creek had no record of such a house, no reports of missing people, nothing. Maybe you just had a rough night, he suggested, though I could hear the doubt in his voice. But I knew what I had seen, felt, and heard. I knew that night was real, and I also knew that it wasn't over. Sometimes when the road is empty and the rain falls hard, I see a figure in the distance, standing still, waiting for me to come back. And I know, deep down, that if I do, I will never leave again. I never take Route 67 anymore, and I avoid Hollow Creek entirely. But I can't escape the memory, the faceless figures, the whispers, the house in the fog. They haunt my dreams, clawing at the edges of reality. I wake up sweating, my heart pounding, certain that something is still following me, even now, even in the safety of my home. I try to convince myself it was all in my head, that sleep deprivation and the long drive played tricks on me. But every night, when the wind shakes my windows and the rain taps on the roof, I hear it again. A whisper. Low, urgent, insistent, calling my name. And I know, without a doubt, that they are out there, waiting, watching. I've never told anyone the full story. Not my friends, not my family, not even my therapist. People wouldn't understand, wouldn't believe me. They'd call it stress, hallucination, or an overactive imagination. But I know the truth. I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And I know that somewhere out there, in the fog and the rain, in the empty roads and the dark forests, the faceless figures are still waiting, and they will find me again. I've started sleeping with the lights on every night, and I never drive after dark. Even so, there are moments, fleeting, when I glance out the window and think I see a shadow, tall and still at the edge of the yard. I freeze. I hold my breath. And I remember that night. The whispers, the faceless figures in the fog, and the house that shouldn't exist. I remember how powerless I felt, how real the fear was, and how close I came to being swallowed by something I cannot name. I know it's out there, and I know it's waiting. Story the end. The rain had started around 8 that evening, a steady drizzle that quickly became a downpour, washing the streets in a sheen of wet darkness. I had just finished my shift at the diner on the outskirts of a small Ohio town, the kind of place where everyone knows everyone, and yet on nights like this, that familiarity felt almost suffocating. Driving home alone, I kept the windows up and the radio low, a soft hum of static and distant music, keeping my mind from wandering too far into the empty highways that stretched before me. I noticed the first thing almost immediately, a lone figure standing at the edge of the road, soaked, holding what looked like a cardboard sign. My first instinct was caution. This part of the highway wasn't well traveled, and the trees pressed close to the asphalt like dark sentinels. I slowed my car, my headlights illuminating a young man, maybe in his 20s, shivering and drenched. I considered stopping. People often needed help out here, but something about him made me hesitate. There was no text on the sign. He was just standing there, staring. I drove past him, unease settling in my chest. It wasn't until I'd gone a few miles that a chill ran down my spine, the kind that comes from knowing you've made a mistake. My rearview mirror seemed darker than it should have been, the reflection of the rain-slicked road barely visible. And then I saw him again. His figure emerged from the shadows, closer than it should have been, almost moving alongside the car as if he was keeping pace without ever really walking. I gripped the wheel, heart hammering. I swerved slightly, checking my side mirror. Empty. No one there. I told myself I was imagining things, tired from the shift, letting the rain and fatigue play tricks. But I couldn't shake the feeling of eyes on me, burning, insisting I notice. My fingers were numb on the wheel, and my knuckles had gone white from tension. I reached for my phone, intending to call someone, anyone, but it was dead. No signal. I cursed under my breath. The road curved sharply ahead, a section I knew well. Normally, I'd take it without thinking, but tonight it felt ominous. As I rounded the bend, my headlights caught movement on the shoulder. Not one person this time, but a small group. 5 or 6 figures, all standing perfectly still, facing me, soaked through, faces obscured. I swerved instinctively, the tires screaming against the wet asphalt. The figures didn't move. The only sound was the relentless tapping of rain against the roof of the car. I sped up, heart racing, praying I would reach the next town. My headlights reflected on the wet pavement, on puddles forming like mirrors, and for a brief second, I thought I saw them in my rearview mirror again, lined up across the road behind me. The thought was absurd. The road was too narrow. There was no room for them. My hands tightened on the wheel until my nails dug into my palms. I took the next exit, thinking the detour would shake them off, but when I pulled onto a side street, the feeling intensified. The streetlights flickered, casting long shadows that moved with an unsettling independence. I caught glimpses of movement just beyond the light, in the alleys, in the yards, shapes that didn't belong. I realized I had been gripping the steering wheel so tightly my shoulders ached. I tried to slow down, to collect myself, but the air in the car felt thick, heavy, almost alive, It was then I noticed the first sound, a faint tapping against the roof, soft at first, almost like raindrops falling in a different rhythm. I froze, straining to hear. Tap, tap, not the rain. Something else. I looked around, my chest tightening, and then I saw it. A hand, pale, slick with rain, pressed against the windshield. I screamed, slamming on the brakes, skidding to the side of the road. The hand vanished. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I grabbed my phone again, hoping for a miracle, but still nothing. No signal. I considered leaving the car and running, but where would I go? The nearest house was miles away, and the rain was relentless, soaking me in seconds. I was trapped in my own vehicle, the darkness outside pressing in, a living thing. I drove on, cautiously, every shadow a potential threat. My mind was racing, trying to rationalize what I had seen, what I had felt. But rationality fled when I saw the figure again, standing in the middle of the road ahead, completely still, blocking my path. I slammed on the brakes again, tires locking, and skidded to a stop just feet away. The figure didn't move. The rain was torrential now, hammering on the hood, and I felt as though the world itself had narrowed down to that one shape, that single, impossible presence. I rolled up the windows, locked the doors, and sat there, shaking, trying to will myself to drive past. The figure remained, unblinking, and then, impossibly, it raised a hand and waved at me. Just one slow, deliberate wave. My stomach turned to ice. I slammed the car into drive and swerved around him, the tires slipping on the wet asphalt, heart hammering like a drum. As I drove, the shadows seemed to chase me, the outlines of trees stretching unnaturally, bending toward me. I caught glimpses of other figures in the corners of my eyes, vanishing when I tried to look directly. The tapping resumed, louder, now on the hood of the car. I slammed the horn, hoping to scare whatever it was off, but it didn't stop. The tapping matched my heartbeat now, in rhythm, insistent. The road opened up into a stretch I knew well, the highway leading toward town. Relief surged in me, but it was short-lived. In the rearview mirror, I saw headlights not belonging to my own car. No engine noise, just lights following me perfectly. I sped up, but the lights mirrored my speed, always staying the same distance behind. I took an exit, thinking I could lose them, but the lights followed, matching every turn. I considered pulling over, confronting whatever was behind me, but terror rooted me in place. I drove blindly, hoping to reach the diner I had left, but the familiar signs passed by like a blur. My sense of direction dissolved. I felt trapped in a corridor of darkness that seemed to stretch on infinitely, the rain unrelenting, the tapping unceasing, and the lights always there. Hours, or maybe minutes, time had lost meaning. Later, I stumbled onto a quiet street in town, lights flickering in the distance. I parked, trembling, trying to rationalize what had happened. Exhaustion overtook me, and I finally allowed myself to breathe. I thought it was over. I thought I was safe. But then, as I reached for the door handle, I noticed it. A note, soaked and sticking to the windshield wiper. I peeled it off, hands trembling, and read the single line scrawled in jagged, wet letters. I've been inside all along. The words burned themselves into my memory. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. My car, my sanctuary had been violated, and I had been none the wiser. The night outside was quiet now, deceptively so, the rain having stopped as if nothing had happened. But I knew the truth. Something had been there, watching, waiting, inside the car, inside my mind, and it hadn't left. I never slept that night, and I never fully recovered the sense of safety I once had. Every creak of my house, every shadow cast by the streetlight, felt like the echo of that night. I changed my route home, avoided the highway, and kept my doors locked, even at home. But the fear didn't leave. It followed me, a shadow I couldn't shake. And sometimes when I drive alone at night, I swear I feel it again. Tapping on the roof, brushing against the seat beside me, a presence that defies explanation, that doesn't belong to this world, but is tethered to mine. The figure never appeared again, at least not in full form, but the memory lingers. I still catch glimpses in the rearview mirror. Shapes, reflections, movements that disappear when I look closer. And on rainy nights, I hear it, tap, tap, tap. And I remember the hand on the windshield, the waves, and the note that promised I was never alone. Years have passed, but the sense of being watched never leaves. Friends, family, even strangers on the road notice my hesitance, my anxiety during storms, my sudden stops when shadows stretch too long. I don't talk about it much. People assume I'm exaggerating, a little paranoid, the product of overwork or stress. But those who have experienced true dread know that some fears are more than just psychological. Some nights carry a weight, a presence, a truth that defies understanding. And that night, that single rainy night in Ohio, introduced me to a reality I cannot escape. Even now, I avoid driving after dark when it rains. The highways are empty, but the fear is never gone. I've taken different routes, changed my schedule, installed cameras in my car, but I know deep down it's not the road I fear. It's the unseen, the unknown, the notion that what watches us from the shadows can, if it chooses, come inside. The memory of that hand, the note, the tapping, remains vivid. It is a warning, a reminder, and a scar on my perception of reality. The experience has made me hyper-aware, sensitive to the slightest irregularities, the smallest hints that something is watching. I check the back seat, the mirrors, the corners of my vision constantly. I have learned to live with a tension that others cannot comprehend, an awareness of a presence that waits, that watches, that remembers. Even in the safety of daylight, I sometimes feel the eyes. Sometimes, when the world is quiet, the tapping starts again, soft, insistent, reminding me that it has not forgotten. The note, the hand, the shadow on the road, these are not just memories, but markers, warnings of a truth I cannot escape. That night changed me, marked me, and while life goes on, the awareness of that unseen observer never does. I have read accounts, stories, similar reports from other parts of the country, people alone at night, feeling a presence, seeing shapes that shouldn't exist. Some claim it's psychological, a trick of the mind. But I know better. I have felt it, I have heard it, and I will never forget. Some nights I drive in circles, windows up, doors locked, listening for that faint tapping, wondering if tonight is the night it returns to remind me that it never truly left. The experience taught me fear in a way no other event ever could. Not the usual anxieties, not the mundane worries of everyday life. This was pure, unadulterated fear. It's a fear that doesn't fade with rational explanation or light. It thrives in shadows, in silence, in the moments when you're sure you are alone. I know now that the ordinary can conceal the extraordinary, that behind the familiar streets, behind the comforting lights of small towns, there can be a presence, patient and patient, waiting for the moment you are most vulnerable. I still drive, of course, because life must continue. But I am cautious, hyper-vigilant. Every rainy night, every shadow on the road, every unexpected movement sets my nerves on edge. The memory of that night is a constant companion, an unwelcome passenger. And I know, somewhere beyond the reach of reason, it is still out there, observing, waiting, patient. I never saw the figure again, not in the flesh, not in full form, but I have glimpsed shapes, felt the presence, heard the taps, and sometimes when the rain is heavy and the night is dark, I am reminded that it has not left. I am not alone. Story the end. It was one of those nights where the air felt too thick, almost alive, and the faint glow of streetlights barely pushed back the shadows crawling over the quiet suburban streets of Pennsylvania. I had just finished my late shift at the printing plant, a job that left my hands ink-stained and my mind fuzzy, the kind of exhaustion that makes every sound feel exaggerated and every shadow a potential threat. I usually drove home at this hour, the roads mostly empty, the hum of my old car's engine the only companion. But that night, something felt off before I even turned onto my street. The first thing I noticed was a figure standing at the corner, half hidden behind a telephone pole. My headlights barely illuminated it, but I could tell it was tall, unnaturally so, with an awkwardly hunched posture. I assumed it was a person waiting for a ride, or maybe some poor soul lost in the residential maze. I slowed down, my car crunching over the gravel shoulder. The figure didn't move, didn't wave, didn't even seem to breathe. My stomach twisted. I drove past, telling myself it was just a trick of the light, shadows playing games with my tired eyes. As I continued down the street, I noticed more, brief flickers of movement at the edges of my vision. A man crouched near a mailbox, a woman standing unnaturally still by a chain-link fence. My pulse quickened, my hands tightening on the steering wheel. I started noticing details I hadn't before. The way they didn't move like normal people, the stiffness of their limbs, the way their heads seemed too large for their thin, elongated bodies. My heart raced, but I tried to reason with myself. Maybe it was late-night joggers, maybe kids playing pranks, maybe just my imagination. I took a sharp turn onto Maple Drive, hoping to shake the creeping unease, but the streetlights flickered violently, then went out entirely. I was plunged into darkness, my car's headlights barely piercing the void. And that's when I saw it, directly in front of me, in the middle of the road, a figure with no face, or at least none I could see. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, and it moved in jerky, unnatural motions. I slammed on the brakes, the tires skidding across the asphalt. The figure didn't flinch. It just watched me, and then it started to advance, gliding rather than walking. I floored the gas, swerving down a side street, the engine roaring in protest. My mind screamed at me to call someone, but my phone, of course, had no signal. As I turned another corner, I noticed more of them emerging from the shadows. People with hollow eyes, limbs bent in impossible ways, faces frozen in grotesque masks of expressionless horror. My rational brain fought back. I told myself I was hallucinating, sleep-deprived, imagining things, but the sound of their footsteps, clicking and thudding in sync with my car's engine, made me doubt everything I knew about reality. I tried to drive faster, but the streets seemed to stretch unnaturally, turning into corridors of shadows that shouldn't exist. Every time I looked in the rearview mirror, I saw them closer, figures appearing where none had been before, shapes forming out of darkness, silhouettes gliding over lawns, through hedges, appearing instantly in places I had just passed. The rational part of me wanted to scream, to stop the car, to hide, but my instincts screamed to keep moving. At one point, I found myself on a dirt road I didn't recognize. The trees pressed in on either side, gnarled and black against the dim moonlight. The figures were still there, scattered along the road, blocking exits, appearing in every reflective surface, in the mirrors of abandoned cars, in puddles of stagnant rainwater. I realized I could no longer tell if I was moving forward or going in circles. The landscape seemed to bend around me. Then I saw a house, set back from the road, a small, decrepit Victorian with paint peeling from the siding and broken windows. The kind of place that looked abandoned for decades, but the lights inside were on, flickering weakly like candle flames trapped in jars. Desperation overtook fear, and I pulled into the driveway. The figures paused at the edge of the road, watching, but they didn't move toward the house. I rushed inside, slamming the door behind me, and pressed my back against it. The interior was worse than the outside. Dust hung in the air, motes dancing in the weak light. Furniture was overturned, drawers open, and the smell of mildew and rot filled my nostrils. I noticed a staircase leading upstairs, and a sense of dread told me I wasn't alone. I reached for my phone again, and this time there was a single bar, just enough to dial 911. The operator answered, and I explained as quickly as possible what was happening, but she sounded confused, distant. "Where exactly are you?" she asked. I gave the street, the town, the state, but she hesitated. "Sir, that location doesn't exist. Are you sure you're in Pennsylvania?" My stomach dropped. I checked the windows. The street outside looked different, darker. The figures had vanished, leaving only a suffocating silence. I realized I had no memory of turning onto this road, of entering this house. The logical part of my brain was screaming. It couldn't be real, couldn't exist. But the smell, the oppressive darkness, the feeling of being watched, all of it was painfully tangible. I decided to leave, but the front door wouldn't budge. It was as if it had melded into the wall. Panic set in, my breaths shallow and rapid. I tried the back door, same result. Windows wouldn't open, frames swollen or fused shut. The house had become a cage. From upstairs, I heard a slow, deliberate creaking, the sound of footsteps descending. Not human footsteps, something heavier, uneven, scraping across the floorboards in a rhythm that made my bones ache with recognition. My instinct was to hide, so I ducked into what looked like a closet, holding my breath as the sound came closer. The light from the hallway spilled into the room through the cracks, and I saw them, shapes darker than darkness, moving with purpose, heads tilting unnaturally, limbs jerking in wrong angles. They stopped outside the closet, and I could feel their presence, an oppressive weight that pressed against my chest. One of them tilted its head, as if listening. Then, slowly, the light in the hallway dimmed, and they were gone. I didn't move for what felt like hours. When I finally dared to peek, the house seemed normal again. The doors could open. The windows were just windows. Outside, the street appeared familiar, as if nothing had happened. I ran to my car, got in, and didn't look back. The drive home was silent, the night quiet, the air normal. I passed the corner where I had first seen the figures. Empty. I tried to tell myself it had been a dream, a hallucination caused by exhaustion. But when I got home, I noticed something I couldn't explain. Scratches on my arms, deep, jagged, like claws had grazed me, and a faint smear of dirt under my fingernails that hadn't been there before. Sleep didn't come that night, or any night afterward. Every shadow in my apartment seemed to flicker. Every creak of the floorboard sounded like footsteps. I avoided driving late at night, avoided dark streets, avoided mirrors. But even in the daylight, I could feel them, watching, waiting. Friends told me it was stress, paranoia, maybe PTSD from working long, lonely shifts. But deep down, I knew they were real. I had seen them, felt them, and I knew they were patient. Weeks later, I found a news article online, small, buried on the city website, about a series of disappearances in a rural area of Pennsylvania. People vanishing without a trace, last seen driving alone late at night. There were descriptions from witnesses, vague, distorted, but eerily similar to what I had seen. Tall, thin figures with unnatural postures, pale and faceless, appearing suddenly in the roads. No one believed the victims, no one believed the witnesses. But I did. One night, several months later, I was walking home from a late shift at a convenience store. The streets were quiet, empty. I passed the same corner again, and there in the shadows one of them stood, tilting its head, watching. My legs froze. My heart jumped. It didn't move, didn't make a sound, and then slowly it started to fade, blending with the darkness until it was gone. But I knew it was only waiting for the right moment, patient, eternal. I moved shortly afterward, tried to put as much distance between myself and that place as possible. But sometimes, even here in a different state, different city, I see shadows in the corner of my eye. Sometimes I hear a soft, scraping sound on the floor late at night, and I can't shake the certainty that no matter where I go, they are out there, waiting for the lonely, the tired, the ones driving alone at night. And I know one day they will find me again. Since that night, I've never driven alone after dark. I never take shortcuts. I avoid quiet streets. I sleep with the lights on. But there is always that creeping dread, the sense of being watched, the knowledge that they are patient and relentless, and that the next encounter could come at any moment. Because I saw what no one should see, and I lived to tell it. But I also know survival is temporary. The figures are out there, just beyond the edge of perception, waiting for the night when the air grows thick, the streetlights flicker, and someone else drives alone. I still hear the scratching, sometimes, faintly, when no one is there. Sometimes I swear I catch glimpses of them in reflective surfaces, fleeting shadows in mirrors, in windows, in puddles after rain. And I know I am not imagining it because the fear is real, the panic is real, and the knowledge of their existence weighs heavy on me every single night. People dismiss these things as urban legends, as stories to scare kids, but I know the truth. They are out there, waiting, and they are patient beyond comprehension. The only thing they need is for you to be alone at night, tired and vulnerable, and then with the subtlety of shadows, they will be there, watching, waiting. Even now, as I write this, the hair on the back of my neck stands on end because I hear it, soft, deliberate steps outside my apartment. Slow, scraping, patient. They are still out there, always waiting. Story the end. The night had fallen heavy over the small town of Millersfield, Ohio. The kind of night where the wind seemed to move just slightly differently, as if carrying whispered secrets from the houses it passed. I had been living alone for just over a month in the old Victorian house I had inherited from my great-aunt, a woman I barely remembered, though her presence seemed to linger in every corner of that creaky place. It had been a long day at the factory, and all I wanted was a quiet evening, a hot cup of coffee, and maybe a little TV before bed. But something about that night felt off from the start. I unlocked the front door, the key turning with a metallic shriek that echoed down the empty hallway. As soon as I stepped inside, the air seemed colder than it had been outside. I shrugged it off, blaming the drafty old windows and the fact that the heating hadn't been working properly since I moved in. Still, I paused for a moment in the foyer, my hand lingering on the brass doorknob, and I could have sworn I heard a faint whisper behind me. Not a voice I recognized, not a word I could make out, just a breathy, insistent hiss. Must be my imagination, I muttered aloud, even though no one was there to hear it. I walked into the kitchen and flicked on the light. The old bulbs flickered briefly before bathing the room in a yellow, uneven glow. I set down my bag, poured myself a cup of coffee, and leaned against the counter trying to shake off the tension. That's when I noticed something strange. The kitchen chair that I had left pushed neatly under the table was now slightly pulled out. I froze. I hadn't heard anyone enter. I hadn't seen anyone. But my pulse quickened as I slowly straightened the chair, convincing myself I must have nudged it earlier and forgotten. I turned back to the counter and took a sip of my coffee, trying to calm down. It was then that the noises began. Not loud at first, just soft, rhythmic thumps coming from upstairs like footsteps pacing slowly across the floorboards. I didn't have anyone visiting me. I lived alone. I set down my coffee, my stomach twisting into knots, and I strained to listen. The steps stopped abruptly, as if whoever or whatever was there realized I was listening. I told myself it was probably the house settling, that old houses did that, but I knew deep down it wasn't that. Something about the sound didn't feel natural. I decided to check the bedrooms upstairs, telling myself I would laugh at my own paranoia if I found nothing. I crept up the staircase, gripping the railing tightly. Each step groaned under my weight, each groan sounding louder than the footsteps I had heard. The hallway at the top was dark, except for the thin slice of light coming from the bathroom. I paused there, listening. Silence. Too quiet. And then I heard it. The faint scratching of nails against wood coming from the bedroom at the far end. My heart leapt into my throat. "Hello?" I called, my voice cracking despite my attempt to sound steady. The scratching stopped. I took a step toward the room, my hand shaking as I reached for the doorknob. The moment I touched the handle, a cold draft swept down the hallway, carrying a smell of mildew and something worse, something metallic. I jerked the door open. The room was empty. Nothing moved, nothing breathed. I took a tentative step inside, then another. My eyes scanned every corner, every shadow, and then I saw it. The mirror on the far wall had a handprint smeared across it, as if someone, or something, had pressed their palm against the glass from the other side. I blinked, rubbed my eyes. There was no one. I told myself it was condensation, or dirt. My mind raced. My heartbeat drummed in my ears as I stepped closer. The handprint looked fresh, moist, and impossibly detailed, as though it belonged to a real hand. My breath caught when I noticed the smudges weren't just random. They formed the faint outline of fingers stretching out, almost claw-like. I backed away, my stomach churning. I didn't know what to do. I had never believed in ghosts, never believed in the things that went bump in the night, but every instinct screamed at me that I wasn't alone. I turned to leave the room, but as I did, I caught a glimpse of something in the mirror's reflection, a figure standing right behind me. I spun around, but the room was empty. My heart felt like it would burst. I stumbled back, tripping over the edge of the rug, and landed hard on the floor. I scrambled to my feet and ran down the stairs, the old wooden steps echoing like gunshots in the silence. I locked the bedroom door behind me and leaned against it, gasping. The house was silent again. Too silent. I needed to get out, to call someone, to leave, but my phone was in my bag in the kitchen. I crept back upstairs, every nerve on fire. The hallway seemed to stretch longer than before, the shadows deeper, more oppressive. When I reached the top, I froze. The door to the attic was wide open, though I had locked it the last time I went up there. And from inside I could hear it, the soft, deliberate sound of breathing, low, raspy, steady. I felt my knees weaken. The attic had always been off limits, a place my great-aunt had forbidden anyone to enter. I had never been curious enough to disobey, but tonight something compelled me to see. I climbed the ladder slowly, each rung creaking under my weight. The attic smelled of old wood and dust, but beneath that was something else, something acrid like smoke mixed with iron. The breathing grew louder as I reached the top. My flashlight flickered, then died, leaving me in total darkness. And then I felt it, a hand brushing against my shoulder. I screamed, spinning around, but there was no one. The air was cold, biting, and I could hear the breathing again, coming from all around me as if the room itself was alive. My mind raced. I grabbed a box nearby to defend myself, and that's when I saw it. A figure crouched in the corner, pale, gaunt, and impossibly thin, with eyes that glowed faintly in the darkness. Its mouth opened in a silent scream, and it lunged at me. I stumbled backward, falling through the trapdoor and landing hard on the floor below. Pain shot through my leg, but I didn't care. I scrambled to my feet and ran, barely remembering to lock the attic behind me. The house felt alive, the walls closing in, the whispers growing louder. Every shadow seemed to move, every corner hiding something watching, waiting. I ran to the front door, but it wouldn't budge. I yanked at it, screaming, my voice hoarse, and then I heard it. Footsteps again, but this time they were downstairs, slow, deliberate, approaching the door. I turned to see the hallway filled with darkness, though no light shone there. The shadow moved, stretching, twisting, forming shapes that shouldn't exist. I pounded on the door, and just as the footsteps reached it, it swung open on its own. I ran out into the night, my bare feet cutting across the gravel driveway. I didn't look back. I didn't stop until I reached my car a block away. Driving back to town, I tried to convince myself it was a hallucination, sleep deprivation, the stress of living alone. But the image of that figure, the sound of the breathing, the cold hand on my shoulder, stayed with me. I didn't return to the house that night. I didn't return for weeks. When I finally did, during the day, everything seemed normal, eerily normal. The attic door was locked. The handprint on the mirror was gone. The house smelled like nothing unusual had ever happened. But then, one night, a week later, I woke to the sound of scratching on my bedroom door. Soft, deliberate. I froze. My heart pounded. The memory of that night came flooding back. I got out of bed, trembling, and approached the door. The scratching stopped, and a whisper followed. I never left. I bolted out of the house and never returned. The place stands empty now, overgrown with weeds, the paint peeling, windows dark and lifeless. Locals avoid it, crossing the street to keep their distance. Some say it's haunted. Some say it's cursed. I don't know what it was that night, what followed me, what waited in the shadows. All I know is that certain nights, when the wind is right and the town is quiet, I still hear the soft scratching, the low, raspy breathing, and the whisper of my name carried on the wind, calling me back. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to the bone, that whatever it was in that house, it never left. Even now, I can't shake the feeling that it's watching, waiting, learning, and that some night it will come back. Story the end. It was late September when I decided to take a weekend trip to the mountains in Vermont. I had been working long hours in Boston and felt a desperate need to escape the city. My plan was simple: rent a small cabin in the Green Mountains, drive up Friday night, spend the weekend hiking and reading, and come back Sunday evening. I wanted solitude, peace, and a break from the constant noise of the city. I didn't expect the trip to change my life, or nearly end it. The drive up was beautiful. By the time I left the interstate, the streets narrowed into winding roads flanked by dense forests. By the time I reached the town closest to my cabin, it was dark. The GPS signal had started to cut in and out, but I was confident I could find the cabin on my own. The instructions from the rental service were vague. Turn at the old stone marker, follow the dirt road until it forked, take the left path. Simple enough, I thought, even as the trees grew taller and the road narrower, and the pavement gave way to gravel. When I finally reached the cabin, I was struck by how isolated it was. No neighbors, no streetlights, nothing but forest and the faint outline of the mountains in the moonlight. The cabin was small, a single story, with a loft, wooden siding weathered gray, and a porch that sagged slightly. The door creaked when I opened it. Inside smelled of dust, wood polish, and something faintly metallic I couldn't identify. There was a small fireplace, a few pieces of furniture, and a stack of firewood. It was rustic but charming, exactly what I had wanted. That first night, I was exhausted. I lit a fire in the fireplace, poured a glass of wine, and sat on the couch watching the flames dance. Outside, the wind rattled the windows, and the branches of the trees scraped against the roof. I told myself it was just the forest settling in for the night. But as I prepared for bed, I noticed something odd. A faint scuff mark on the floor, near the kitchen door. I had been careful moving my bags inside, but this mark didn't match the direction I had carried anything. I shrugged it off, thinking maybe it had been there before. I went to bed around 11 p.m., leaving a small lamp on in the living room. The cabin had no electricity besides the single outlet I could plug a lamp into, so the lamp gave a soft, warm glow. I slept lightly, listening to the wind through the trees, until I woke around 2 a.m. to a sound that made my blood run cold, the soft creak of footsteps on the wooden floor. At first, I thought it was my imagination. The cabin was old, floors groaned, but the creak came again, deliberate, slow, and unmistakably from the kitchen. I froze, heart pounding. "Hello?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. No response. I grabbed a flashlight from the bedside table and shined it toward the stairs and hallway. The beam illuminated nothing but empty rooms. I could feel my hands shaking as I stepped into the hallway, the wood cold beneath my feet. The sound had stopped. I checked the doors, the windows, every inch of the cabin, but there was no one. Nothing had been moved, except for the faint scuff mark near the kitchen, which now looked fresh. I tried to sleep after that, but the rest of the night was filled with strange sounds. Soft knocks on the walls, the faint whisper of something moving across the floor above me in the loft, and an occasional low groan that seemed to echo through the structure. The wind had picked up outside, rattling the windows violently, and for a moment I could have sworn I saw a shadow pass across the living room, just at the edge of the lamp's light. I told myself it was the trees, the wind, my imagination, but the unease had taken root. The next morning I tried to convince myself it was nothing. The cabin was quiet, sunlight filtering through the windows, dust motes dancing in the beams of light. I made coffee, sat on the porch, and watched the forest. Everything seemed normal. But as I carried my cup back inside, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. Footprints in the dirt on the porch. They were small, bare, and damp, leading from the edge of the porch to the front door. My shoes were clean, and I had seen no one else. The footprints stopped at the door. I called the rental service to ask about the previous tenants. They were vague, evasive even, claiming the cabin had been empty for months. No one had been scheduled to check in recently. I hung up, feeling more unsettled than ever, and tried to shake it off. I spent the day hiking on a nearby trail, hoping that the sun and fresh air would help. But even there, the forest felt wrong. The trees were too still, the air too silent. Occasionally I thought I heard voices, faint and indistinct, carried on the wind. I kept telling myself it was the forest, the way the leaves rustled, the occasional animal moving unseen. Night fell quickly, and I returned to the cabin just before dark. I made dinner, ate quickly, and settled in for the night. Around 11:30, I heard the first of it, a knock at the window. Slow, deliberate, like someone testing the glass. My heart leapt into my throat. I grabbed the flashlight and shone it toward the window. Nothing. I tried to rationalize it, branches, animals, but the knocking came again, louder this time. I pressed my back against the wall, heart racing, and considered leaving. But I had no car keys. They were on the kitchen counter. Then came the whispering. At first, I thought it was the wind. But it was human, soft, almost pleading. Come outside. The voice was close, as if right behind the wall, though I could see no one. I grabbed a kitchen knife and held it tightly, listening. The whispering continued, overlapping, growing louder. We're waiting. My mind reeled. I told myself it had to be stress, exhaustion, anything but reality. I wasn't alone. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time blurred. The lamp flickered and went out. The whispers stopped abruptly. Silence. My breathing was ragged, my knuckles white from gripping the knife. Then I heard it, footsteps, deliberate, pacing back and forth across the living room floor. I could hear the weight of them, the slow scrape of shoes on wood. I called out, voice shaking, "Who's there?" Nothing. The footsteps stopped. I held my breath, frozen. Then a single heavy knock on the bedroom door. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I could feel the presence, cold and heavy, pressing against the door. The knocking continued. 3 slow, deliberate knocks, repeating. I wanted to flee, to run into the forest, but my legs refused to obey. I could only listen, feel the tension in the air, and hope that dawn would come quickly. I don't remember when I finally slept, only that the morning light brought a fragile sense of safety. I checked every room. Nothing had been moved except for a small chair, now sitting in the middle of the living room floor. I could have sworn it had been tucked under the table the night before. The air still smelled faintly metallic, like blood, though nothing was visible. I spent the next day outside as much as possible, refusing to stay in the cabin. I hiked, walked along the dirt roads, and tried to distract myself with photography, capturing the forest in the bright daylight. But even in the sun, I felt eyes on me. Shadows moved where they shouldn't, shapes that vanished the moment I turned my head. When I returned to the cabin at dusk, the feeling intensified. That night, I slept poorly. Around 1 a.m., I woke to whispering again, louder than before, coming from the loft above. I had checked the loft earlier. It was empty. The sound grew, indistinct words, urgent and insistent. Come, join us. We're here. I could feel the air thicken, cold and heavy. I tried to block it out, covering my ears, but the whispering persisted, penetrating, invasive. I stayed awake for the rest of the night, sitting on the porch, flashlight in hand, trying to convince myself I was safe outside. The forest was quiet, but I could sense movement, shadows among the trees, figures that paused just at the edge of my vision. Occasionally, I thought I saw faces, pale and twisted, staring from behind the trunks. Every time I looked directly, they vanished. By the third night, the activity escalated. I was in the cabin when I heard footsteps on the porch. Heavy, deliberate, moving toward the door. I grabbed the knife again and backed toward the bedroom, listening. The doorknob rattled slightly. The whispers were back, louder, more urgent. Come, we're waiting. The cold pressed against the walls, against my skin. I felt it crawl along my neck, my arms, my back. The presence was inside the cabin now. It wasn't outside. I don't know how long I sat there, frozen, until morning light finally came. The presence seemed to recede with the dawn, leaving a hollow emptiness in its place. I checked every room. Nothing had been touched, nothing out of place. But I knew the truth, that I hadn't been alone. I left that cabin immediately that day, packing my things in a panic. The drive back to Boston was filled with constant glances into the rearview mirror, every shadow along the road seeming to move, every shape in the trees a threat. When I finally reached the city, I felt relief for the first time in days. I never went back to that cabin. I never spoke of it to anyone, though the experience haunted me for years. At night, I still hear whispers, sometimes in my apartment, sometimes when I'm driving alone on empty roads. Shadows at the edge of my vision make me flinch. I know the presence is still out there, waiting for someone else to wander into its domain, patient, cold, eternal. I have never fully understood what I experienced, and I don't think I want to. The fear was real, more real than anything I had ever known. And every time I hear a floor creak, a branch scrape against a window, or a faint whisper in the dark, I remember that cabin, that night, and I know the presence never left. Story the end.